At this time. From closed session, there are no actions to be reported at this time. Could we please stand for the pledge? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Well, we have a full house tonight, which is exciting. But with that, we're pretty much assuming most people are here for public comments. And so we are proposing to move public comment up to right after approval of the agenda, but wanting to say that before we approve the agenda because I want to make that change within that. Okay. Live stream is working. Earlier we reported that live stream was not working, but it is at this time. So everything on YouTube is as is, or as regular. Okay, we'll do roll call again, please, Ms. Toya. I'm asking her to do roll, and she's right here. Aye, aye.
Student Board Member Lee?
Yes.
Member Hill?
Here.
Member Aguiano?
Here.
Member Block? Vice President Vice President Thomas?
Here.
President Jones?
Here.
So, Member Thomas, President Jones.
Yes.
Per your recommendation, I'd like to make a motion that we move the public comments to right after 5.1 approval of the agenda.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, that would be Member Hill motions, Member Block seconds. And let's just do a roll call vote on this.
Student Board Member Lee?
Yes.
Member Hill?
Yes.
Member Aguiano?
Yes.
Member Block?
Yes.
Vice President Thomas?
Yes.
President Jones?
Yes. Okay, with that being said, we're going to do the approval of the agenda, moving public comment before the student report, and then conducting business for the rest of the agenda as is. Could I get a motion for that, please?
I move to approve the agenda based on the modifications we just voted on.
I'll second.
Thank you. Member Hill motions, Member Thomas seconds. Sorry, Vice President Thomas seconds. Oh, okay. Member Thomas.
Student Board Member Lee?
Yes.
Member Hill?
Yes.
Member Aguiano?
Yes.
Member Block?
Yes.
Vice President Thomas?
Yes.
President Jones?
Yes.
6 ayes.
All right, so moving to public comments. We are going to start with non-agenda items. And all right, looks like I have 3. And then I have a couple public comments, one from Angelica Visceral. It says public comment, but I don't know if it's agendized or not. Is it non-agenda or is it agenda? Agenda? And Ray Wood, the same. I don't know if it's agendized or non-agendized. Agendized. Okay, thank you very much. Some?
We do have a translator in the audience if somebody needs assistance for translation services, so thank you.
Okay. Let's see, let's start with Cindy Parks, non-agenda.
Good evening. This is a much-needed improvement over the layoff resolutions brought to the board in March 2024 without board input. 10 weeks ago, a presentation was given regarding the district's fiscal health. The presentation highlighted a $10 million reduction in budget deficit. Several of us questioned the accuracy of the one and only slide that showed a $14 million deficit being reduced to $3.9 million without any supporting evidence. The budget has been and continues to be built on inaccurate expenditures such as staffing levels and services and other operating expenditures. At the time, revenue had been underestimated by using low ADA calculations this district has never experienced. I understand school district revenues fluctuate. However, year after year, this district forecasts an unrealistic deficit only for the unaudited actuals to reveal a much healthier financial picture. As I pointed out during the first interim budget presentation last month, these forecasts affect the community's trust and the staff's morale. The fifth slide is labeled unaudited actuals, but it should be labeled projected revenue and expenditures. That is, unless you have a crystal ball. On to the recommendations. This is the first meeting, so I hope the administration will explain its thought process and how it plans to mitigate the impact of the structural plan. A few of the proposed cuts, in my view, compromise the integrity of certain departments. Certificated cuts. No offense to all the CSEA members that are here, but it's easier to address NTA. Based on slide number 9 and slide 11, the 2024 and 25 fiscal year, you intend to cut or defund 27.1 FTE. That's insane. I don't feel qualified to address the special ed cuts, but I will say that the law is clear about identifying special ed students having their needs met, and remind you of the numerous lawsuits this district has settled in the last few years. IT restructuring. With the increasing technology needs of staff and students, many of which are still unmet, how does it make sense to decimate that department? $500,000 restructuring of Bridgepoint. Does this mean moving the program back to the high school and having an assistant principal oversee it? Is the administration aware it was at the high school and it was moved to the McGregor site for a reason? Additional reductions, restriction consideration slide. The provided list lacks any cost analysis. It would be helpful for the board to see the financial impact of these considerations and whether any of the programs are partially offset by grant revenue. Future revenue consideration slide. Increasing ADA beyond the current 93% assumption should be a top priority. Newark Unified previously achieved close to 97%. And this is an area where significant revenue gains can be made. I'm glad to see the facility use contract included in the potential revenue source. It also mentions a cell tower, which was previously considered several years ago and tabled. I hope tonight's presentation will include details about the possible location of that tower. In closing, I look forward to attending and participating in future discussions that are transparent and grounded in accurate fiscal analysis. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Parks. Thank you, Ms. Parks. Carrie New? Non-agenda?
Good evening, and welcome new board members. The clock's not working?
Clock is not working.
That means I get extra time?
No. Ms. Toya down there is keeping track of time.
I tried it.
You try.
Okay, I want to talk about two things that kind of go together, I think. The first one is this idea of cutting the number of regular board meetings to one. I think that's totally absurd. The district has operated for, 20 years with the idea that we need 2 meetings a month to do the business of the public. How are you going to compress that into one meeting? It's crazy. This can only mean two things. One, that discussions will be cut off because of time. And even when there's a lot of public speaking, there may be even some cutting of public speaking as well. Or that a lot of the business of the public is suddenly, there's not time to do that, so we can just do that in the back rooms. Now, I'm not suggesting people violate the law, but, some things are kind of borderline, right? Should we put this in the meeting, or can we handle this by the district by ourselves? And, if you're not sure, do it in public. So I think this is really a bad idea, and I'm pretty sure that very soon we're going to find out this is not working. Then the second thing, which is really more concerning, and that's this luminous idea of taking away email addresses from board members. I don't know who came up with this idea, but it's crazy. We need to be able to send email to our board members. Now, of course, we can do that informally, but we have to have formal channels where board members can be addressed and board members can reply. And I know all the buts and ifs, as board member, you want to make sure what you reply is, there's a potential liability, you have to get schooled on what to say. But we need to have that direct communication. So I don't know what's going to happen. I looked at the website, there's no more emails. And if this is going to be replaced by some form, and then there's some central committee that, checks whether, it needs to be forwarded, whoever controls that, it's ludicrous. You can't reply on it, you can't forward it on it, and who knows? Maybe we're going to get replies as fast as we get some public records requests, So a bad idea. Right now, I don't think anybody can send an email to the board members if they don't know the email address. That's not acceptable. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Knut. Maria Acosta?
Hello, everyone. My name is Maria Alejandra Costa. I work in Newark Middle School. I am senior food service. I want to talk about my food service department. First of all, I want to talk about the importance of my job with the kids. My role in the school is to feed all the kids every single day. So I'm under pressure. My schedule is very tight. And this could be challenging because it always gets me stressed. Yet we managed to get the job done. Second of all, of the wages of food service in the lowest around of Newark. At the beginning of this year, everything rose in cost, like utilities, food, and car insurance. Therefore, I'm requesting a raise of minimum of 15% so we can live more stable condition. Please consider me request because it is essential for us to get a response as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Acosta. All right, moving on to agendized items. We have quite a few cards tonight. We would really like to be able to hear everyone. And so if someone ahead of you has said something, if you can just maybe limit and make a reference to it, that would be awesome. But we do want everyone to have an opportunity to speak that is here tonight. Thank you. The first person is Joni, is it you? Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Joni Yu. and I also work for the food service department. And I am speaking on behalf of all my colleagues right here because I don't think you guys ever heard from us before because nobody in our department have ever spoke up because a lot of people who doesn't speak English, and English is a sour second language, so there's a language barrier, and they're always afraid to speak up because they don't want to lose their job. Okay, so today I want to tell you guys that in the food service department, our pay is $18.53 per hour. And I've been here for 16 years, and my pay is still $18.53. I think this is embarrassing. And also, I think Newark Unified School District has the lowest pay amount compared to all the other districts around here. So I am requesting to get a raise, at least $1.50 per hour or 15% raise across the board for all the classified employees. We are struggling here, and we are suffering because we are so underpaid. And we are so afraid that we may not even be able to put food on our table. And we are very upset about the pay. $18.53, we're not going to survive. Please, open your eyes and open your heart to take a look at us if we can get the raise. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Yu. We appreciate your comments. Fabiola Cruz?
Good evening. My name is Fabiola Cruz. I would like to let you know how concerned I am about the proposed reductions to our programs. It's very concerning to hear that you're considering cutting programs that are vital to our kids. I'm well aware of the deficit we have in our school district, but it is absolutely heartbreaking you're considering cutting staff like custodians and other vital staff. I would also like to mention how disappointing it is you're considering cutting Think Together. That is a program close to our hearts. As a working mom who commutes, this program has given me peace of mind knowing my child is in a safe environment after school with talented and caring team leaders who truly do their best to provide a learning and fun environment. My daughter feels supported and cared for while in the program. She's gotten to know her team leaders well and enjoys the program. She does her homework and is able to partake in fun after-school activities that are good for her self-esteem, and in return, I'm able to have peace of mind knowing she's well taken care of while I get off of work and commute to pick her up. I am a concerned parent, and I will be completely honest, I might not have all the facts right, but I'm here to learn and listen to solutions. I know things are not always black and white nor simple, but I know our first priority should be the kids and the ultimate impact it has on them. I would like to implore all of you, to find a way to keep important programs like Think Together, special ed programs that are vital for families that have that need. Let us not just be numbers on a spreadsheet. But remember, these reductions can affect families in real life, and life is so hard, so please reconsider a different route. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Cruz. Cindy Parks? Do you want to speak now on budget reductions, or?
Well, actually, I did the budget reductions. I thought what you moved was the budget reduction to now, because that's what most people are speaking about. So I'm confused about.
Well, I started with non-agenda items, and then I moved into agenda items, and I think maybe we just got confused. That's the royal we, by the way. Have you? So did you say what you wanted to?
I said that what I did on 10.2 is what I spoke on earlier, because that's what I thought you moved. This is my non-agenda.
Okay, fire away. Thank you. I'm sorry for the confusion.
That's okay. Last year, the Kennedy Site Council allocated money for much-needed Chromebooks. The need was generated by an influx of students for music and the lack of properly functioning Chromebooks. When staff sends a Chromebook over to IT for repair, they don't return, which further reduces their supply. When the Kennedy office manager placed an order for Chromebooks last year, she experienced a roadblock with the IT department. I brought this issue to the Superintendent De Leon and to Superintendent Vacar. The situation was finally remedied and we received our Chromebooks. In May of 2024, based on staff's input, the council allocated additional money for Chromebook replacement. The 3rd through 5th grade students must have sufficient Chromebooks for state testing, and the new English Language Arts program has an online component, not to mention the push for district staff to increase iReady usage. At our site council meeting last week, I asked for an update on the Chromebook printer and ink purchases. The council was informed the principal and office manager are running into the same issues as last year. When trying to purchase Chromebooks and printers approved by the council and by this board, in June, Jenny Lee, the IT director, is holding up that purchase that was approved by all of you and by our council. I wonder if any of their sites are running into the same situation with the purchases outlined in their plans. The Ed Code does allow for the board not to approve our plans and send it back for a revise. You did not do that, you approved it, and I would hope that our purchases imploring to you to advocate on our behalf before our money is frozen on March 1st. The next issue I would like to bring to your attention centers around Measure O. I was originally going to address the timeline spelled out in Ed Code 15278, which paraphrase says, the governing board of the school district shall establish and appoint members to an independent citizen oversight committee within 60 days of the date that the governing board enters the election results in its minutes, pursuant to section 15274. But after reviewing that section, it says that the certificate of election results, that 55% of the votes cast on the proposition of issuing bonds in the Constitution are in favor of issuing bonds. The governing board shall cause an entry of that fact to be made in its minutes. And you did not do that last month. When you certified the results, you only certified the results of your trustees. You did not certify the results of that bond measure. And so now I question whether you need to do that now, whether that's something that the county just automatically does for you. The city did it in their meeting in December. They certified Measure LL and all their city council and their mayors. So that needs to be done, and you need to get, your clock is ticking, I think, for your appointment of your council, your oversight committee.
Thank you, Ms. Parks. Carrie New on budget reduction?
I'll prefer to do that when
When you want to wait? Yeah. No problem. Okay. Stan Norman?
Yeah, what's up? I'm Stan. I'm one of the lead custodians at Newark Memorial High School. I've been doing this for over 25 years. I didn't want to come up here and be pessimistic, but I feel like every time there's time for a budget cut, we always take the hit. Hey, let's hit the custodians. They can figure out a way to make it happen, which we are doing. But at some point, we got to feel a little relief, and you guys got to help us out too, because if you come visit our sites, walk around, you'll see the stuff that we do, and you'll realize the stuff that we keep together because we're not getting the help we need. We need more sub-custodians for when other custodians are out sick or they have family issues. A lot of us have to do more than what's required. So an 8-hour day can turn into a 16-hour day or a 12-hour day. and then you're beat by the time you leave. And now with overtime being cut, and that was one incentive to keep people going. It doesn't have to be a full 8-hour type of deal, but you have to give us a reason to want to continue to do this. Besides for the kids, because we have our own families that we have to worry about too. I've worked with just about everybody standing back here behind me. Summer, whether they were a sub-custodian, team cleaning. I've crossed paths with just about everybody here, and I've seen them work up close and personal, and I know we can get the job done, but it would be nice if we had a little more help. And we don't cut us and ask us to do more, because it's not conducive. It just, the pessimism I didn't want to bring up here will definitely rear its head, because we know basically that from our point of view, we can't always count on you guys because you haven't always shown us that. We feel like we show you, but you haven't shown us. So what we're asking is for you to show us. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Norman. Barbara Pagan? You want to wait on 10.2? Got it. Cindy, 13.6? I'm sorry. Okay, you'll speak for that. Great, thank you. I believe this one was also yours because it was tucked in between two of yours on 1310. It didn't have a name, but I'm recognizing the pen and the penmanship. Was that? Oh, 10.13? It's 12 minutes was the topic?
Yes, yeah, I didn't want to speak on it, yes.
Okay.
And I'll speak, everything else I'll speak on at the item.
Okay, thank you so much. Angelica Visceral? Oh, I'm sorry, yes.
Hola, mi nombre es Angélica Peña. Trabajo en la Newark Memorial High School en Food Service y trabajo 4 horas y media. Me gusta mi trabajo y pienso que doy lo mejor de mí para hacerlo bien hecho.
Hi, my name is Angelica Peña. I work at Newark Memorial High School in food services. In food services, I work 4.5 hours and I love my work, and I think I give my best to do a good job.
Y se me hace injusto el poco valor que ustedes nos dan al pagarnos una miseria. No valoran nuestro trabajo sabiendo que somos indispensables para que todo funcione en nuestros sitios de trabajo.
I feel it's unfair. We are underappreciated, given that the low pay that you give us, and you don't appreciate our work, knowing that we're indispensable to do the work, the job that it's necessary at our job site.
Nosotros preparamos los alimentos de nuestros estudiantes y debemos de tener todo bien limpio por su salud. Tenemos una gran responsabilidad en nuestras manos.
We prepare the food for our students, and we make sure that everything is clean for their own health, and we have a great responsibility under our hands.
Y siento que miran nuestro trabajo como sin importancia, de poco valor, sin derecho a un buen salario, a un buen pago. 16 por hora es nada para sobrevivir.
I feel that you underappreciate our work, and they don't give us enough importance, given that we get a salary of $16.16 per hour, and that is not enough to survive.
No tenemos una carrera como ustedes para poder estar ahí en su lugar, pero somos indispensables. Nos necesitamos unos a los otros.
Unlike yourselves, we don't have a career and we cannot be where you're at, but we are indispensable and we need each other.
Pregunta,
¿Qué harían ustedes con un salario de $16.16 por hora y una familia que mantener?
My question is, what would you do with a salary of $16.16 an hour to survive and maintain and support a family?
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ray Wood. I'm not sure what the agenda item is, but.
The agenda item would be on the budget cuts or proposed budget cuts. So, good evening, everyone. I stand here tonight as a parent and advocate, deeply concerned about the proposed reduction of special education services when the needs of these children are already not being met. Neurological conditions like ADHD, autism, and sensory processing disorder are medical realities that create developmental delays in areas such as executive functioning, communication, and social emotional regulation. There's a saying, when you've met one neurodivergent child, you've met one neurodivergent child. These children are unique, and one-size-fits-all programs don't work. That's why individualized education programs, IEPs, are essential. They provide the services that enable these students to access education on an equal footing with their peers. The 2024 data from the California School Dashboard and Newark's LCAP document paint a troubling picture for students with disabilities. According to the dashboard, these students are performing at a very low level in both English language arts and mathematics, with scores of 102.9 points below standard in ELA and 125.3 points below standard in math. Despite the significant gap, the district's LCAP report highlights systematic challenges that exacerbate these struggles, such as staffing shortages, inconsistent implementation of targeted interventions, and delays in professional development. While efforts like community engagement and coordination of service teams have been noted, the lack of sufficient behavioral and academic intervention specialists directly impact the ability to close these gaps. This leaves students with disabilities without the comprehensive support they need to succeed, further burdening families and teachers who are already stretched thin. Without immediate and strategic action, these students will continue to fall further behind, deepening the disparity and undermining the district's commitment to equity and inclusion. Let me be clear, this is not just a matter of funding or logistics. It is a legal issue. Under the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, the district is obligated to provide the services outlined in each student's IEP to ensure they receive a free, appropriate public education. This includes having the right staff in place to meet those needs, not just on paper, but in practice. Failing to do so is not only unethical, it is illegal. I urge this board to prioritize hiring and retaining qualified staff. When we invest in the success of these students, we invest in the success of our schools and community as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wood. All right. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that's all the cards that I have for public comment, except for the ones that wanted to wait to the specific agenda item. Just want to make sure I didn't miss anything. Okay, great, thank you. We are going to move on to the student report. Member Joy Lee.
Thank you. Good evening, board members, executive cabinet, and your community. I hope we all enjoyed the winter break. Today, the high school had an assembly on pride and resilience by the speaker, D. Hankins. In the assembly, he spoke about finding resilience in our own lives through the message of life, curveballs, and home runs. After talking with the students after the assembly, the response was very positive, saying that they were very inspired and liked the speaker. Here are some upcoming events at the Newark Memorial High School. Newark Memorial High School has their very first Brawl Stars tournament scheduled to take place tomorrow. For those of you who don't know what Brawl Stars is, it's a very popular game right now. It's a video game that you play on your phone, and it's been very popular among the high schoolers. This is a wonderful opportunity for our community to engage students, especially those who may not have been able to who may not like to participate in other activities. We have 16 teams participating for a special prize. The high school is hosting our second semester Club Rush. This is for our freshman students who might have not had a chance to explore all the various clubs offered at our school. They will have a chance to sign up and explore the diverse clubs this Friday. New York Memorial High School's Art Club is hosting an art show on February 4th from 5 to 7 p.m. at the New York Memorial High School Library. Friends and families are welcome to come and experience the various art forms from ceramics, fine art, and music, all done by Cougars. And there will also be food prepared by our culinary class. MCA is hosting the annual Silent Film Festival and Academy Award Night in the New York Memorial Star Labs tomorrow at 6 p.m. Come and relax as you can enjoy the films that MCA students diligently made. At the New York Memorial High School, there is an opportunity on Sunday, January 26th, from 12:30 to 2 o'clock to meet with our local Congressman Ro Khanna, who will be hosting a town hall at the New York Middle School. For our athletics department, last Wednesday was our wrestling team senior night. Congratulations to all our wrestling team seniors. New York Memorial also celebrated our 2025 inductees into the New York Ring of Honor Athletics Hall of Fame. Dan Freitas, Keith Yagi, Rick Eccles, and the 2022 NCS champion baseball team. We also had our junior cross-country runner, Kenji Kawabata, receive a commendation from the City of New York for outstanding effort and achievements. Congratulations! And the spring sports orientation is on February 5th at the Old Gym at 6 p.m. And I'm extremely excited to announce that New York Memorial will have our very first boys volleyball team, which we haven't had in the past 20 years. It will be part of our spring sports this year, and it's something that the students of Newark from our volleyball club was very passionate about, and they brought it and they made it happen. And so I'm so proud of my friends and just people who were able to make this boys volleyball club happen. And from these announcements, I'm so thrilled for this upcoming season, from a Brawl Stars tournament to sports games and art contests and fair. To end, I would like to quote Martin Luther King Jr. in observance of Martin Luther King Jr. Day yesterday. And he said, "If you can't fly, then run. If you can't run, then walk. If you can't walk, then crawl. But whatever you do, you have to keep moving forward." Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Joy. We are moving on to the superintendent's report. Ms. Fakar?
My report this evening is going to be fairly brief, just because we've got such a full agenda. But I do want to thank everybody for coming out here this evening. I know how important these issues are. I know how difficult these issues are to discuss and to look at where the reductions may be at in order to be able to help support our school district and provide all the services that we do to children. I want to thank each and every one of the employees that's here today that's giving an expression of your thoughts and your kindness and the things that you do each and every day for our kids. I do know that your work is difficult. I do know that these decisions are difficult. And together, I think, as we work through these challenges, not only will it be happening for this year, but it will be happening for future years to come. Is every time we decline in enrollment, we're going to be faced with these challenges. And so I just want to share that with our employees. We do appreciate what you have to say. We do appreciate your thoughts and maybe suggestions and ideas. And so I would ask that you remain open-minded to be able to help us look at ways that maybe we can do other kinds of savings that would be of help to supporting our budget, not only for now, but also for the future. And your voice does matter, and we do appreciate you. With that, I would like to be able to move into talking about the Brown and Green Act. Let me just get a hold of Lou here online. At our last CAB meeting, there was a robust discussion about the Brown and Green Act and how it applies to our committees. It was my understanding from talking with board members that this was a Brown Act committee that had been established. And looking and listening to our LCAP committee members, they're looking for more ways that they can get additional public feedback and community feedback so that we can make informed decisions together. One of the things that I think that they were allowed to do during the pandemic is they were able to meet online. The rules were kind of different, and they allowed for some different things. Under the Brown Act, we've got some restrictions on that. Here to speak with you this evening is your attorney, Lou Lozano from Lozano and Smith. He's going to tell you a little bit about some of the options that we might have as we move forward, maybe how we could continue moving forward for this year, and then maybe establish some new rules and regulations for next year. But I felt it was important to bring this back to the board and hear this discussion, because I think it not only impacts the LCAP committee, it could impact other committees that the board appoints. And so I just wanted to make sure that everybody was really clear on how it works. And I think we've all learned a lot of information. A lot of information's changed just over the years, and I think our board members that have been here and have been seasoned board members, you know that as we were in the pandemic, we had a lot of different open abilities to be able to do things. Some of those things have narrowed and closed down as of January of last year. And there will be even more restrictions by the end of December of this year for 2025 as different rules and regulations changed, unless the governor gives us additional authority. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Lou Lozano to be able to speak to us this evening. Oh. Is he back?
While we're queuing up Mr. Lozano, I realized that in trying to follow the agenda, I did skip employee organizations. I do apologize. It was very unintentional. I just kind of was going down my paper. So you will be up next, rest assured.
Yeah, they can go first now.
Oh, perfect. All right. Employee organizations, who's going first, ladies? All right, Maria. Again, I do apologize.
We caught it, we were wondering when you were going to mention it, giving you some time. All right, good evening, newer board members, executive cabinet, community members, and our staff. Bear with me, it's long. As I stand here before all of you tonight, the words that come to mind are anger, nauseous, disrespected, and emotional. These words are not only mine, but on behalf of our CSEA classified employees that run our schools. Let me say the last few words again. CSEA classified employees that run our schools. The very same classified staff who play an essential role in maintaining the operations, safety, and well-being of our schools, staff, and most importantly, our students. At the most recent negotiation session between the district and CSEA on December 18th, the district proposed a last, best, and final offer of a one-time payment of 1% of the base annual salary effective July 1st of 2024, which is a total of $120,000 for our bargaining unit. $120,000. In addition, on July 1st of 2025, the proposal included a salary increase of the special education aides 1 and 2 by $1.50 an hour on the salary schedule. Our CSEA negotiations team took the district's last, best, and final offer back to our members, and they were horrified and felt disrespected at the district's attempt of an equitable proposal. I'm here tonight to let the Board of Education and the Executive Cabinet know that the membership feels that this is not only insulting, but it continues to show how little the district values the essential work of classified staff. We are the backbone of this district and are constantly overlooked, undervalued, and severely underpaid. The proposal continues to reinforce the lack of respect that the district has for our members, undermining our role and are devaluing our worth here at the New York Unified. While I understand the district is facing financial challenges, I cannot reconcile how the proposed budget reductions align with the directive to keep cuts furthest away from the students. Many of tonight's recommendations not only impact students, but doubly impact the district, such as the cuts to technology, custodial, and secretarial positions. Classified staff have taken on additional tasks to support students and staff for several years, especially since the start of the pandemic. For example, secretaries are now monitoring locked doors for front office security, ensuring campuses remain safe and welcoming. Custodians have faced increased workloads due to the lack of substitutes to cover absences, illness, vacations, etc. Who will provide the coverage when they're out? Who will provide the cover when they're out? Staffing levels have not kept pace with the district needs and the priorities. Cuts to the custodial staff will exacerbate, I can never say that word, exacerbate these challenges, directly impacting cleanliness, safety, and security. Cutting custodial staff will negatively affect our school sites. What will happen when parents and staff become concerned about cleanliness? Aren't they already voicing their concerns? I am aware of concerns from office staff and teachers. As it stands now in our maintenance operations and transportation department, is having to pick up slack, being pulled away from their jobs and duties to open up school sites, help take out trash, and clean to the best of their abilities. I am uncertain what data was used by the executive cabinet to recommend such reductions. While enrollment may have declined, the usage and square footage of our facility has not been reduced. In fact, we are struggling to keep our sites secure and maintain these spaces. Custodians provide access for students and staff, ensuring classrooms and common areas are clean and functional, maintain restrooms and sanitation supplies, set up and break down spaces for events, sports, testing, as well as respond to emergencies, manage waste and recycling, handle minor repairs, and ensure that facilities are safe, welcoming, and operational for daily use. Who will provide supervision, security, and maintenance during evening events if there aren't adequate night custodians? Is the district willing to take that risk of liability if our custodial staff is unavailable? The custodial role is not only comes with all the planned duties, but many unexpected events that they must also cover. To quote a neighboring CSEA chapter president, a one-size-fits-all or seemingly random approach to staffing levels disregarding these critical factors risks compromising the functionality and safety of our schools. Who will do the vital work if you keep cutting hours and positions? Some of these budget reductions seem much more personal and do not seem to be based on best practices. Newark Unified is unable to compete with neighboring districts to retain and attract dedicated professionals. Didn't this district learn this lesson last year during the budget cuts? Who will provide the budget department, who are already working bare-boned, with support? The MOT department, yeah. The MOT department must still answer phone calls, assign and submit work orders, address all emergencies regarding plumbing, electrical, carpentry, and alarms, humanly deal with the homeless population, and so much more. We need more staffing in MOT to keep up with the increasing amount of work when it comes to deteriorating facilities. What about our students' field trips? Who will take on that responsibility, managing the scheduling, contacting vendors, or assigning our district's backup bus driver to perform some of these trips? As it stands, Newark Unified still does not have a regular school bus driver, and I don't see any recruitment postings for this vacant position. Is the district doing away with the trips for our students of NUSD altogether? The district continues to offer extracurricular trips, costing the district an alarming amount of money by contracting out these transportation services. The district needs to be competitive with the wages to hire a bus driver, which would save the district so much money it currently spends on contracted services. Speaking on contracting out, why is the district choosing to hire an outside contractor to perform the inspections on our district playground structures when we have an employee who can do the work? But when our department asks to send him for a training, it's declined. But here we are trying to cut back and right-size the budget. Am I missing something? Why aren't we sending our employees to get trained? Why does this district keep spending money we don't have on the outside when we have more than qualified, hardworking, dedicated employees within our district? Who will file the yearly mandated pesticides, DMB, state reports? The number of groundskeepers remain insufficient to effective care for all our schools. Yes, I said all. Even though we have 2 sites that are closed, they still mow the lawns, cut the trees, irrigate the grounds, and perform all pest controls. For NUSD MOT to properly maintain the care for our 15 district grounds and sites, we need to hire more groundskeepers because we currently only have 5 on staff, 4 at MOT and 1 at the high school. Eliminating our students' information system staff will have a direct impact on our funding. Who will take on this crucial responsibility? Or does the district think that they will add some, if not all, these responsibilities on the backs in different departments? I think not. Time and time again, we are overburdened with more and more work continuously being added to our plates. Yet, we know this is completely wrong and unfair, but we continue to do so to prioritize, I can say that, our students and keep pushing forward to get the job done. But here we are, facing yet another round of layoffs, and our classified staff is once again at the center of these cuts. Until the Board of Education can make good decisions with hiring a solid, trustworthy, education, student-focused superintendent, we will continue the cycle to hire consultants, interims, administrators, and principals who are not working towards the best interests of our Newark community. Top administrators with experience from very large districts are not going to solve our issues in Newark as they don't understand or learn what really works for our small district. We have pushed and continue to push away more and more students because we aren't focused on what's best for our students and their families. The district continues to push more and more classified out the door to neighboring districts. Why? Why is that? The Board of Education needs to start at the top and hold top management accountable instead of cutting off our toes, feet, legs to balance a mismanaged budget. This district continues to hire management who lack the qualifications to do their jobs while laying off dedicated classified members who have consistently shown up for this district. Instead of investing in training and promoting from within, the district chooses to change management job titles and hire seemingly more experienced external staff while ignoring the value of institutional knowledge that our classified members bring. Why do we continue to overpay management and spend on consultants while dismissing the hardworking staff who make our schools run? When will this wasteful and harmful decision-making stop? The culture at Newark Unified has been deteriorating over the past several years and is a direct reflection of the Board of Education, who is not holding top administration accountable for Newark Unified's values and mission. Leadership cannot inspire students when they continue to be disrespectful and unprofessional to staff and to the community while not being held responsible for their actions. The actions and choices of the Board of Education and the Executive Cabinet hurt our staff, our schools, and most importantly, our students. It's time for accountability and real solutions starting from the top on down and not off the backs of those who keep this district running. I urge this board to carefully reconsider these recommendations. Classified staff have consistently supported the district's high standards of excellence, often stepping in to ensure operations run smoothly despite limited resources. Asking classified staff to shoulder more workload to accommodate bad decisions from the Board of Education and Executive Cabinet is not only inequitable, but counterproductive. Classified roles are a foundational, particularly in attendance, facilities, operations, and direct student services. Yet, we continue to face cuts every year. Over the past 2 weeks, as the CSEA president, this position has been extremely draining and emotional for me. To sit back and listen to my fellow brothers and sisters express their anger and emotions on the unfairness we classified employees receive in our district is heartbreaking to say the least. Then as a president, to be part of meetings held by the Executive Cabinet and go over layoff recommendations with some of our departments was gut-wrenching. To sit there and see the tears and emotions on their faces and not knowing in my head and how I was going to be able to save them or how I'm going to be able to look them in the eyes and say I'm sorry is a position I never want to be in again. But here I find myself speaking on their behalf. Why are the classified members expendable in this district? Is this ever going to stop? Who's going to do the work when we are all gone, whether they have had enough of this district or because the district has pushed them out? I ask the board to explore other fair share, not full share, solutions that minimize impact on students and staff alike. Start with the costly and consultants in contracting out our work and end overpaid, unqualified management. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Huffer. Ms. Villa? Go ahead.
All right, good evening, Board President and Executive Cabinet, School Board members. My name is Sherry Hill, and I'm President of our Newark Teachers Association. I would like, not okay to listen to these, what public comment has to say. NTA stands with CSEA, full support, NTA is behind CSEA 100%. So, first thing I'd like to bring up is the fact that we are still waiting to negotiate. We hear a lot, we're talking about this historical, monumental 16% over 2 years salary increase that we got. Well, I'd like to remind our board members that were here and our new board members, we were 16% behind our surrounding districts. So while it was a historical, monumental, generous raise, we were behind 16%, which means the 2 years that it's been since then, we're now behind. At the time, our interim superintendent was Dr. Milliken, and the conversations during negotiations were just, up until then, we had been doing 3-year salary contracts, or 3 years of salary. So the conversations then were, we'll do 2 years, just give us time. By the 3rd year, we'll be ready to negotiate the 3rd year. That was Dr. Milliken, then Dr. DeLeon came. Same thing, the message is just be patient. We'll figure it out, be patient, we'll negotiate. Now we have Superintendent Bakar, same thing, just be patient. Let's wait till first interim. Well, that came and went. Let's wait till Measure O. Okay, we got that. We're still waiting. Meanwhile, another thing that's happened in the last 2 years since we negotiated last was the Consumer Price Index. The 12 months for 2023, it was 3.4%. The 12 months for 2024, it was 2.4%. So that's 5.8% since then. Another thing that happened in the 2 years is that our executive cabinet salaries, those got fixed, but we're still waiting. The message is, oh, we got to pay this money if we're going to get people of quality. Well, what about our teachers? Our whole first page of our seniority list are at the bottom of our salary schedule. They haven't got a raise every year, no more step and column for them. At one time, 33% of our NTA lived here in Newark. That number is down to 12. Our people can't afford to live here. So we're waiting, we've been waiting. Reading things, information, this is your information here. These are your info, and what we have here, it's the increase in unrestricted fund balance. In 1920, it was 1.7 million. That falls out at the end. In In 2021, 9.2 million. 21-22, 7.2 million. 22-23, 3.9 million. 23-24, 2.3 million. So in the last 5 years, 25.3 million fell out of the budget at the end. And my people are still waiting. CSEA is still waiting. So again, while the 16%, great. We're behind again. And then I'm going to end it with, our non-reelects that we have. Let's see, over the reduction, the RIFs, and that our certificated has reduced since 21-22, we had 31 FTE. In 22-23, it was 12. 23-24, 7. This year, 6. That's 56 FTEs in 4 years that we've reduced, certificated. So, again, our people, we've been waiting. We need our teachers to stay. We need our teachers to come back. It's going to be hard to do when there's another 16% behind our surrounding districts. But Ms. Williams, thank you. The work I've seen with my own eyes, HR work like that. Again, thank you, but our people are waiting. In every single one of your campaigns, you said you were going to competitive pay for our teachers. Can't go back on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Villa. Do we have anyone here from NUMA? Okay, I'm going to go back to Superintendent's report and pick up where we left off on Brown and Green Act.
Thank you. Is Mr. Lozano online? We lost him again? He says he's online. Yeah. Is it a new link? He said he's online waiting to be admitted in. I just took one. It doesn't pick up.
Do you want the sheet of highlights? Because I printed it out.
I think what I'm going to recommend. Hang on a second here. Oh man, I shut down too again. Let me see here. Say that again. Yeah, I'm trying to see if I can get. Yeah, I don't think I want to present on that. Okay, you have him present on that. But my board doc's also shut down. Hang on. Yeah, he's trying to get online now. Okay, sounds like he's here.
No, I can hear you.
There he is. There he is. Good evening, Lou. Can you hear us? Mr. Lozano?
I hear you on my iPad. Oh.
There you go. We can hear you, Lou. Yes.
Okay. All right. Okay, I'm not sure I can hear you. There we go. I hear some voices.
Lou, I've introduced the topic of the Brown versus the Green Act and explained what happened during our LCAT meeting and part of our discussion, and I'm hoping that perhaps you can provide the board and community with some more information.
Yes. Can you hear me okay?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, good, good. The Green Act does apply to LCAP committees. And the Green Act oftentimes is referred to as Brown Act Light. It does have meeting requirements. All its meetings must be open to the public. The public has a right to address the committee during the meeting on any matter with the subject matter area of the committee. So it's like a regular meeting of the board where the public has a right to comment on anything within your subject matter jurisdiction. The committee is limited under the Green Act to discussing only items on the agenda unless the item arose after the agenda was posted and there's an urgent need to take action before the next meeting, and there is a unanimous vote by the committee to amend the agenda to add the item. All the materials that are presented to the committee members are public records subject to disclosure to members of the public. All agendas have to be posted 72 hours in advance. There's no such thing as a special meeting with a 24 hours notice. And all agendas have to indicate the date, time, and location, and have a description of every agenda item. Nothing in the Green Act provides for remote meetings, unlike the Brown Act, which has two different provisions for remote participation in meetings. That's not to say that that isn't a possibility. I think it is a possibility. But in as much as the meetings have to be accessible to the public, it is potentially problematic if a member of the public does not have online access to participate in the meeting. So I think there are no cases, there's no Attorney General opinions on whether or not the LDAP committees can meet remotely. I think at this point the board has discretion in setting up the parameters of its LCAP committee meetings, and it could allow it. There may be some risk, but right now there isn't case law or Attorney General opinions saying that LCAP committees can't meet remotely. So with that, I can take any questions that you might have.
Sharon, do you have any questions?
No.
Okay. Member Good?
Mr. Lozano? Mr. Lozano?
Yes, I can hear you.
Great. So I have a question. So if you set up a situation where you had a core meeting that was in public, and you always had made that arrangement, but you also offered an arrangement for other members to attend virtually, it sounds like that wouldn't be a problem. Sounds like the problem is making it completely virtual, is that correct?
Here's the dilemma that we have on this question. There's no provision in the Green Act for remote participation. Absent that, I think I would rely on what's called the permissive education code that allows you to carry on any businesses within your jurisdiction. I think the board has discretion in setting up what the parameters are of remote meetings for its LCAP committee. So the board could say, we want at least a quorum of the board in a single location physically present, and less than a quorum could participate remotely. I think the board could say that. I think it may be problematic if you didn't have a quorum present, but in a single location, and there was 100% participation remotely. I think it might raise questions about public access.
Just a follow-up question, Mr. Lozano. So it's my understanding that our board participation, that we're really kind of acting like advisors. We're not voting, correct? So we're acting as advisors. So in that situation, if we're not really voting members of that body, we're just really there participating. Is there a problem with us attending remotely?
Probably not. Probably not. I think if you were challenged by a public member, that we might want to take a close look on whether or not it's worth fighting that challenge. Absent the challenge, absent case law to the contrary, I think we can set that up in that manner, if it's acceptable to the board. I think this board has a right to establish the parameters that the committee must operate within.
Okay, great, thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Cabinet? Okay.
No, I think it's time. I think we're good.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Lozano. I think that we have got some of our questions answered, and we really appreciate you joining us tonight.
All right, thank you very much, and good luck with the rest of your meeting.
Thank you. Anything else? Anything else from you, Ms.
No.
Park?
That concludes my comments for this evening.
Well, if I haven't skipped anything else, we're down to the staff reports and BGI spotlight presentation. Woohoo!
Yes. Ms. Allard will introduce our school.
I am excited for Birch Grove Intermediate to showcase and highlight everything that they are doing, their ongoing dedication and commitment, and to support student outcomes, while also creating a super strong culture and community. So it's my pleasure to introduce Principal Robert Fang.
You can do it for me. Okay. Good evening, Superintendent Bakar, board members and executive cabinet, and also newer community. My name is Robert Fang. I am the principal at Birch Grove Intermediate. I'm excited to be here to share with you and the community all about the things that are happening at BGI this year that help support the academic and social emotional growth of our students at BGI. BGI is Upper Elementary School, which is part of the Birch Grove School community with Birch Grove Primary. Next slide. Okay, so Birch Grove Intermediate's total enrollment currently is at 287. We currently have 18% of students that are multilingual learners, 8% of our students receive services for disabilities, which is about 25 students, and we have about 33% who identify as Hispanic, Latino, Latinx. Next slide. Looking at our CASP data from last year, the 2023-24, we have about 55.52% of students that met or exceeded grade level standards in ELA, and 54.66% of students that met or exceeded grade level standards in math. This includes 308 students that took the CASP last year. Next. Taking a deeper dive into our multilingual learners, we have about 8.69% of students meeting or exceeding grade level standards in ELA, and 9.8% of students meeting or exceeding grade level standards in math. This includes 46 students that are English learners that took the CASP last year. Next. So looking at our current data through our iReady diagnostic test for reading and math, on this slide, it compares the iReady diagnostic data from the beginning of the year to the fall diagnostic. As you can see in the iReady reading and math, you can see there is growth. The green areas are students that are on or above grade level, the yellow areas are students that are 1 grade level below, and the red areas are students that are 2 or more grade levels below. You can see a shift in the green areas moving from the right, and the red areas decreasing. Students are completing iReady minutes weekly, from 30 minutes to 50 minutes a week to help provide lessons at their level to improve their proficiency on certain academic skills and concepts in reading and math that iReady has already identified for students to focus on. In addition, at BGI, we are providing a monthly incentive for students to complete their minutes with a monthly lunch party that can include an activity or a special snack or treat. This has motivated our students to work on the iReady minutes weekly and has resulted with 83% of our students meeting their minutes last week. Next. And also diving deeper into our English learners, our multilingual students are improving on the iReady diagnostics as well. For ELA, we currently have 38% of EL students on grade level or above. For math, we currently have 36% of EL students on grade level or above. iReady is closely reflective of the CASP state assessment, so there is a possibility that we will see similar results on the CASP in May, since iReady is closely aligned to CASP, is what we're hoping to see our students perform. Next. On this slide, it goes into our chronic absenteeism and suspensions. Currently, at this time, similar to last year, we have 0 suspensions. For the suspensions, we are always exploring alternatives to suspension, and through the use of PBIS and restorative practices, we have been able to intervene and repair relationships as a result of behavior. We teach student behavior expectations proactively and reteach after every long break to remind our students. In regard to chronic absenteeism at BGI, we are currently at 3.9%. This is a decrease from last year at this time. So we also make sure we meet with our families and to discuss needs and support in regard to attendance, and we refer our families to the appropriate in-school services such as COST or SST and counseling services. And if there are more family needs, we refer to our parent partners the district has to identify community resources to support our families. Next. The 5 areas that BGI is focusing on is targeted support, focusing on lower performing students, analyzing individual student data, and addressing subject-specific needs and learning new practices in district and site professional development. So teachers are using the iReady data to group their students by level and providing reteaching and intervention in the classrooms through small groups, one-on-one support, and offering opportunities to get help during break times during the day. Teachers collaborate in grade levels to work on pacing and curriculum planning. Since Benchmark is new this year, collaborating with their grade level colleagues is key to learn their new curriculum and adjust as they move from unit to unit. I have observed a lot of wonderful lessons and projects my teachers have provided in the last few weeks. At the back of the boardroom on this wall over here are some of our projects that our teachers have done and provided for the community to see. In addition, teachers are also implementing our designated ELD blocks this year to focus on language skills and that correlate to the LPAC test that is given in the springtime. During our staff meetings at BGI, we have started to explore best practices so teachers can share their own teaching strategies with their colleagues that are working best so they can learn from each other. We plan to do a deeper dive into EL strategies this spring and work on improving our own teaching practices every month so that we can meet the needs of our students. Next. Our campus initiatives. We have gone into a lot of different things this year. So my main goal this year is to provide opportunities for our BGI students to participate in their own learning through assemblies, in and out of school events, field trips, and more, so we are able to create an educational experience that they will remember. Because when I was a student, this is where I remember where we had these assemblies. I still remember those DARE assemblies years ago, when we had DARE. Those are the things that I remember, and I remember writing something that I won the writing contest, so I had to read my writing in front of the entire community. So those are the things that I remember, so I want to make sure that I'm coming back as a principal to be able to provide these opportunities for my students as well. So we have brought in a lot of different organizations to come in to do assemblies for our students. One of the assemblies was Music Notes, so it was a singing, rapping assembly that focused on pedestrian safety. So the students, they came in not knowing what it's about, and then once they started coming in, they jumped in, they started rapping, all the music was going on. The kids are like, what's going on in this assembly? So all of this it caught them off guard, but after the first minute or so, they were all into it. And I'm still looking for more opportunities for this to happen with our students so that we can focus on different ways to teach through music. A lot of them are very musical, but all of them are very interactive. Recently, we just had our Eagle Hero assembly come. It was also another singing, rapping music assembly that was focused on environmental awareness. And all of our classrooms, they do have different things. Two of our third grade classes, they had music for minors that we have docents for, that they're coming in to provide music lessons for our students. A lot of our classrooms, they're finding different resources and organizations to come in and to present to their classes. Some of our fourth grade classes, they had Walk Through California, who came in to kind of do a huge presentation on the history of California. And we have a lot more field trips planned. So we're trying to make sure that we have in-school and out-of-school opportunities for our students. Next slide. So on this slide, here's some pictures of some of the things that we're doing. On the top left is our Bulldogs on Ice community event. We invited BGI families, also BGP families, to come together at Sharks Ice at Fremont. So we did make sure that we were sharing and bringing our communities together. So we did that a few times. We also did that at our Newark Days Parade as well. In the middle, the top middle picture, this is our Julia Robinson Math Festival. I applied for a grant, and this organization paid for an entire event. So we invited our BGP families and BGI families to come out, and they were able to do math activities together as a family, which there are a lot of times where we never get those opportunities. So this was a new opportunity for the families to come together, and the parents found it more challenging than the kids did. And the parents, some of them stayed at certain activities for like 30 minutes versus just kind of going around to all activities. On the top right, we do have our PBIS awards that we give out every month. We did get a lot of different coupons from Panda Express, BJ's Restaurant, In-N-Out that were donated to our school. So we are rewarding our students with those coupons and gift cards. On the bottom left, we have a reindeer run that we had two students in third grade who were trying to win. One almost won, and then the other one jumped forward. So in the picture, you can see that student jumping forward through the finish line. And the other student was very upset he got second. But in the bottom right is one of our Music Notes Assembly where they came in and performed about pedestrian safety. The kids, they even lined up to get autographs after the assembly too. Next slide. So here are some other assemblies that we had. In the middle, we have our fourth grade Fremont field trip to the Fremont Recycling and Transfer Station. We have our PTC walk-a-thon. We have the Eco Hero Assembly, which they came in and did a very interactive assembly with them for environmental safety and awareness. On the bottom right is another pedestrian awareness and safety presentation. On the top left is a Zun water education assembly. He came in with like very unconventional instruments. So after the students saw this, as I was talking to students, a lot of them started to have that motivation to want to learn an instrument. So that was something that we started right off the bat in August. Okay, next slide. So looking at our culture and community. So looking at culture and community, there are a lot of different events that I've been trying to do since I started here at BGI. It is my first year at BGI, so connecting to the community has been priority for me. So even starting the first event of Popsicles with the Principals, so I met the community before school started. I do my coffee with the principals every month just to make sure that I can educate the parents and the community of what's going on at BGI. We have our School City Council, our ELAC Committee, and our Newark Days Parade. If you see on the bottom right, the City of Newark, they gave us the plaque for loudest cheer and great parent involvement. And this is representing BGI and BGP because we walk together as a community. Think Together is our after-school program that we have. They do hold a lot of different family events, and they invite our community to come join them. And we have a lot more events coming up. We have our family coding night, which we're going to do with BGP. So bringing the community together once again. We're at BGI. We're going to be doing the Great Kindness Challenge the last week of January to focus on acts of kindness. And we have Science Family Night in the planning phases, and we have other events coming up as well. Next slide. So the staff, students, and families have been so welcoming since day one, and it hasn't stopped. This motivates me to try to find more ways and opportunities for our families to come together and to learn. I feel so lucky to be a part of the BGI and Birch Grove school community, because when we look at our school community, it's both of our schools, not just mine. So I want to make sure that I'm including BGP as much as I can because they eventually transition to BGI. So I want to make sure that we're all together in this so that we have this educational community and also the experience moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the presentation. Do we have comments or questions from the board? Member Hill? Oh, go ahead. Member Lee?
Thank you so much for the presentation. I'm so excited for what's to come for BGI. I just had a question on if you could expand more on how you plan to support our English language learner students.
So for English language learner students, we have hired a bilingual assistant or a bilingual aide on campus. So he primarily works with our level 1s and our level 2s. Our teachers have designated ELD blocks in their schedules, so they are focusing on providing that language support. So they are working on the 4 components of the LPAC, which is listening, reading, writing, and speaking. So they are going into those different areas and providing opportunities for student talk, but also making sure that their lessons are specific to those areas so they can bring it back to the current grade level curriculum.
Thank you so much.
Member Hill?
Yeah, thank you for the great presentation. Could we go back to the slide that says path to academic success, priority reading and math? Yes, that one. So can you help me understand how to read this? I just want to make sure I'm reading it correctly. It looks like the bottom thin line is the baseline, which maybe came from last year, or was it?
The baseline is from August.
From August. And then the one above it is at the end of the semester?
At the end of October, beginning of November.
Okay. And then if I'm understanding it correctly, we're talking about those percentages. Is that we're in these particular groups, the percentage increase that we're seeing in their scores, or the percentage increase of the people that are in that group?
In the scores.
In the scores. Okay.
If
I can just add to that, you want the red to shrink and the yellow-green to grow.
Okay.
So you can see at the baseline for the top one in reading, we were 12% of students were 3 or more years behind in literacy, and that got shrunk to 11. We were at 17% for kids who are 2 or more, and we shrunk that to 11.
Okay.
And then 22%, we have more kids now who are 1 grade level, because we're at 29 instead of 22, or to 32, I can't read that now. Does that help?
Yes. Okay. Yes. Thank you.
And a lot of students who are in the different areas, some of them are moving left. So you'll see some students who are in the red area moving to the yellow, some from the yellow moving to the green, and going back and forth depending on where they're scoring as well. But with the iRating minutes, this has been helping with them navigate through the iRating system, and they're performing a lot better.
Okay, great. And so what we're saying is that we're actually seeing fewer kids now in October in the red versus in August.
Yes.
Yes, and they're about to take their 3rd one starting next week, and we're very optimistic about results that we're going to see if that's what was happening already in October.
Great. Thank you.
Absolutely. First of all, congratulations on what you guys are doing at BGI and BGP.
Thank you.
It's just amazing to see the progress that you guys are having, the culture that you guys have created, and also just receiving, the community as a whole. My question is just a little follow-up from Trustee Hill, is that how are we educating our families to read this particular data?
So all of this data have been presented to my families already. So whenever I do my coffee with the principal and my school site councils, I present this data with them too. So, and I also post it on the school website so that parents can access it as well. And then I make sure that if there's anything on here that they need explanation for, they can always reach out to me. I can go over it with them too. I have a few parents that they ask me for the slide deck. So I share that, I just send it directly to the parents if they do want it as well too.
I'd like to just go ahead and add that we have also invited all families to an iReady virtual meeting tomorrow. So did you just that? How do you support your students in iReady, and how do you read their scores?
That's great, thank you. And just a follow-up question in regards to the engagement of the parents in regards to educating them with the LPAC, knowing how to read the level scores of, receiving, the listening, the speaking from the material there. Do you guys have you guys been working in regards to that? With the
We
LPAC?
have plans to inform parents of what the LPAC is, and also to explain what those levels are as their students are going to be jumping into that test in the next few months.
Okay.
Also, I added through DLAC, they also requested the same thing. So this week, information will be going out to parents, a 1-page flyer about what is the LPAC, how to help support your students, what are students tested on, etc.
Great, thank you.
I just wanted to say thank you for the wonderful presentation and all the great work that you and the rest of the staff are doing at BGI. It's really nice to see all the progress that's occurring and just all the positive energy that I'm hearing from your presentation and from the photos that you're sharing. I really love seeing that 0% suspension number as well. I mean, that is really such a positive sign of a healthy school climate. One question I had, kind of also building on the iReady related questions, is what sort of intervention is done to support students who are not meeting those iReady minutes per week? So you said 83% are kind of on track for the 17% that aren't. What strategies are implemented to try to get them to up that number?
So for some of these students, we're communicating with parents as far as the importance. So these parents, teachers are reaching out to them directly as far as making sure that they access iReady. Then, so the conversation comes into, do you have a device at home to access it? Then we find out ways to use it in the classroom. Teachers provide more than enough minutes for them to do in the classroom. Some teachers have been starting to pull students individually to make sure that they're working with the students so that they can make their minutes. But when you have a class of like 31 students, it's hard to manage every single one to try to make sure that they get their minutes. So teachers are doing like other types of intervention with those students as well, because some of these students, they're typically further down, more in the yellow and the red area. So they are pulling them to do like other kinds of intervention to help them understand where they are in iReady, so that the lessons are a lot easier as they jump back in. So the percentages of students not completing the minutes is because of other factors. So teachers are providing that instruction more directly versus just having them do their minutes as well too. So other things are in the works. We're hoping for those numbers to continue to decrease. And some of these students, and they are being very receptive to that support and that help from the teachers as well. So we're hoping for it to continue to increase, but with our monthly incentive, with our minutes, students are trying their hardest to do it. But in iReady, it also tracks to see how many lessons they're actually passing as well. A lot of my teachers are tracking that as well. So if students are passing their lessons, they're being pulled as well to make sure to see if they're understanding what concepts are being taught as well. So lots of different factors in that.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Member Thomas?
Thank you very much for your very informative presentation. I commend you on having roughly 268 out of 288 students taking iReady. In the past, those numbers have not, that percentage has not been met, and so I commend you on that. So you're including all of the students virtually. I had a question about your, if I can find it, your chronic absenteeism. You have a nice improvement over last year.
It's a slight improvement. The percentage from last year is on there. I think it was like 4.3% on that one.
4.7 to 3.9%.
Yes. So we do have a slight decrease from that. I am making sure that I'm meeting with all of these families to see like what supports that they need as far as coming to school. Some of our families, we did have a slight decrease in enrollment since the beginning of the year, but this is due to like some of the students were overflowed to us, so then they were having trouble with like transportation, things like that. Those are the conversations and meetings I had with these parents to try to figure out what support do they need. But we did ultimately have some students who moved out of the area, so that's where some of the absences were too, because families were like on their way out. So some of them were like out of our control, but for the ones who are living in Newark, who need resources in Newark, we are meeting with these families and referring them correctly. So attendance has increased, but when they fall into this percentage, it's from the past attendance from like weeks before. So as we're going through the referral process, it slowly increases, and then if you look at their attendance right now, it's not the same as it was like a month ago. So it is slowly increasing, so later on in the year, this percentage is going to change because we've improved in attendance as well.
So would you say that, and maybe the assistant superintendent can speak to this, that our district-wide chronic absenteeism, is this comparable, or?
Our district chronic is higher than it was before, if I'm saying that correctly. So we have more kids attending school than we have had last year at this time.
Yeah. And our regular attendance percentages are, you know, we had predicted 92%. Where are we now so far this year?
I don't have that number off the top of my head, although it is an ongoing focus for all the principals at every single monthly meeting. We go over our chronic absenteeism, our suspension, and our iReady results.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead.
Just a quick follow-up on the chronic absenteeism. How are you guys celebrating and rewarding our families that are continuously just showing up? What are you guys doing to celebrate their success and being present every day?
So what we're doing is we have our monthly assemblies regarding like our character traits, but I'm always trying to find different ways to add like different activities and events for our students, because the more events and things that we have on campus, it'll motivate students to come to school. So some of the students, because at the very beginning of the year, we were like slowly transitioning into the school year, we didn't have a lot of these kinds of incentives on campus, but we are in the planning phases to add more activities and more events so that we can reward our students as they're coming to school. So it's in the planning phases right now. But the first half of the year was trying to just making sure everyone is transitioning well into the new year, but also like adding more events and activities during the school day so that students look forward to coming to school. So that's one thing that my school events committee is trying to create. So like our kindness week that we're going to be doing at the end of the month, there's going to be incentives for students who complete the kindness challenge bingo card. So if they complete all the challenges on there, they'll be able to turn that in to receive like a reward or a goodie bag that's provided by the school. So we're trying to create more opportunities for them to be at school so they can complete all of these kinds of activities, and we have more planned throughout the year too.
Great, thank you. And just to make sure that it's a community effort, it's a collaboration. When we have children that are absent, right, more than 3 days or being late more than 30 minutes, are the teachers engaging in calling our families? Is it staff, classified, certificated? Who's engaged in making the phone calls?
So if the teachers see that a student is absent for longer than a few days, they do reach out to the families. They call them, they reach them out through Parent Square. So it depends, it's case by case with some students, but teachers are making every effort because if they're out for a week and they're not on independent study or anything else, then they want to make sure that the student doesn't fall behind. So they're keeping a track of all the days that they're out, collecting the work, and then they start contacting the parents if it's actually, especially if it's multiple days as well too. So there's a whole process for it. Our attendance clerk does keep track of all of these attendance, all these absences. So then that's when we start reaching out to teachers as well.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? All right, well, thank you so much. I really appreciated the presentation myself as well.
Thank you.
Member Hill, we need to do a meeting extension, don't we?
Yes, just to get the elephant out in the room out of the way. So new board members, welcome.
To our board meetings.
So based on prior experience, right? So we want to under-promise and over-deliver. So hopefully we will shoot for less than this. But just given that we have some meaty topics, I would like to move that we extend the meeting to midnight. Because and the reason why is we can only make one extension, right? So after that, it's like you can't come back and say, oh, we need to extend another hour. So I'd like to give us plenty of room with the intent that we'll overperform.
All right, so do I have a motion to extend the meeting till midnight?
I'll move that we extend the meeting till midnight.
And a second?
Okay, so then.
Oh, I guess I can second, can't I?
I second.
Okay, so Member Thomas motions, Member Hill seconds to extend the meeting till midnight. And student member Lee, if you need to leave early, please feel free.
Thank you.
Student board member Lee, how do you vote?
Yay.
Member Hill?
Yay.
Member Aguiano?
Yes.
Member Block?
Yes, and I promise to talk at 2 times speed for the rest of the evening.
Vice President Thomas?
Yes.
President Jones?
Yes.
6 ayes.
All right, motion passes. We hope we're not here till midnight, but we can be here if we need to be. Let's see, we are now moving into new business. 11.1, After School Education and Safety Grant Award Notification. Oh, oh my. See, I just psychologically don't want to go there. All right, so we are back to 10.2, budget reduction presentation. We are going to have the presentation, and then we will listen to public comment that the people who wanted to wait until 10.2. All righty. We're going to do a public comment. We were going to do after the presentation. Do you want to do it before? We can do it before. Okay, we'll take public comment beforehand, in which case, Barbie Pagan?
Good evening, Superintendent, Executive Cabinet, Board Member, and Student Member Lee. I'm up here tonight speaking on behalf of myself and Maria Diaz-Mendola. We were told Friday that our positions were going to be going before the board tonight on a budget reduction presentation to be cut. Our titles are the software support specialists. We handle the student information system, Synergy, across the district, and also CABPADS reporting. Both of us have 13 years with the district, have worked as office clerks to office managers. I've been in this position for 5 years, and Maria joined me in September of 2022. We were told Friday that along with the two of us, they are cutting an IT tech, leaving one IT tech for the whole district. In this meeting, we were told that we would both be getting laid off, and they would be creating a higher paying position with more responsibility and hopes with someone with more experience would apply, and that we both could apply for this position if we wanted to. Why would you be cutting a whole department unless it wasn't personal? To us, this is personal. We know it, and we know where this is coming from. I've asked every year since I've been in this position to go to this energy conference, and every year I, and now we, have been told no. They want someone with more experience, yet they won't send us to training. But when something urgent happens, we better drop everything and help them out. One person cannot do what both of us do. The amount of detail that goes into CalPads and SIST is too much for one person. I did this for almost 3 years before Maria got into the other position. There were many nights I did not leave until 7 o'clock. I worked from home and on the weekends to make sure things got done. I did a lot of work that I wasn't compensated for. I asked, yet it was denied. It wasn't healthy for me to keep that up. The previous IT manager, with the backing of the previous assistant sup of ed services, fought to get the second SIS position. The district has brought up us going to a new SIS system. If that does happen, how is the district going to go to a new SIS system with now a department of 3? No one even talked to us. The two that work in Synergy the most even asked for our opinion about moving to a new SIS system. When we were told about it, there were concerns about moving to a new SIS system with a department of 5. Now it'll be only a department of 3. Why is it being brought to the table to lay off positions, but then right below us on the slide presentation, it's mentioning increasing 4 people from 7.5 to 8 hours a day, and 1 employee with going from 11 months to 12 months. There should be no increase in hours. There was a lot to get ready for the new school year. We were told our current positions will end on 6/30. Who's going to certify for CalPEDS for end of year in July? Who will do all the setups in Synergy? There was a lot that we do, too many to name, and not enough time in these 3 minutes. Please realize how important these 2 positions are in the district. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pagan. Carrie New.
You know, I would have hoped that there were some board members who had the strength to say, this thing is going to be tabled until we have a proper financial analysis. It's just a bloody shame. Excuse my French. Every time I hear we are deficit spending, I just don't see it. If we look at the general fund, we grow from 2018-19 from 7 million to 34 million right now. How can you call that deficit spending? Now, if you just look at the unrestricted funds, we grew from 4.5 million to 22.5 million. How is that deficit spending? Who in his right mind can say that's deficit spending? Now, let's look at the forecasting that this district does all the time. Here's an example. On June 25, 2024, the estimated actuals predicted a $7.8 million loss. You know, you want to guess what happened 6 weeks later? A $600,000 loss. That's $7 million in 6 weeks. So we're expecting the district to forecast 3 years out, if they can't even forecast 6 weeks out. The same happened the year before. The only difference was it was actually even worse. They expected a $1 million profit, because that's what it is, profit, and instead it became $11 million, 6 weeks later. But that's nothing if you compare it to the multi-year forecast. One thing I can say, all the budgets, all the interims, and all the estimated actuals have achieved something remarkable. They're consistently, reliably wrong, and always in the negative. Oh, the interim says $7 million. The estimated says $8 million. The budget says $3 million. And then when the unaudited actuals come, when the rubber hits the road, those numbers are not realized. But having said that, if you go into the 3-year forecast, the multi-year forecast, that's a complete joke. Year after year, these forecasts show a forecast, especially the 3rd year out, that the district is basically going to be totally underwater. Doomsday's near, and it never materializes. So one has to ask the question, are we basically not able to make a good forecast, or is there something else going on? Are we creating a theater of budget drama? Because maybe some board members politically want to remove some projects that they don't like, or some positions that they don't like, and they feel they need to create a drama so that they can justify it. Like, we have to do it. We really don't want to do it, but we have to do it because look at the multi-year forecast. I think it's a bloody shame. I don't trust these numbers at all. We have $34 million in our general fund, of which is $22 million unrestricted. Don't tell me we have a budget crisis or systemic deficit. It's just not true. I don't believe it. Yeah, my 3 minutes is over. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right. Ms. Fakar, pass that off to you for 10.2.
Yes.
There has been a revision to the presentation. We've added some information on a couple of slides. And so I do want to make sure that we get that posted correctly on the board docs, as well as let the community know that there is a revision to a couple of slides. So with that, if you go to slide number 2. Yes. Thank you. Thank you very much for letting me know. And slide number 2. So a little bit about the history of the district. When I came here in December of last year, we had a $14 million structural deficit that's sitting out there. And I respectfully don't agree with the last speaker. This district has had financial hardship for a number of years. Big Mac has been here multiple times. We've had numerous letters from the county superintendent of schools warning us that we were overspending and that we needed to be careful. And then we also have had significant decline in enrollment in our schools while trying to keep as many schools operational as possible. Those are some difficult challenges. The Board of Education implemented a fiscal plan to reduce the structural deficit last year. And the first interim presentation on December 12th, the structural deficit was reduced to approximately $3.4 million in the first interim. something the speaker recently just said was, it's kind of a crystal ball, kind of a guessing game. Some of that's very true. We actually form a budget based on information that we receive from the governor's office. We kind of do use a crystal ball and try to make sure that we use good facts when we're determining our budget. That's something I think I share with all of you. When we did develop the budget plan last year, you base it on the best information that you have, and then all throughout the year, you're continuously adjusting based on the facts that you receive. How many taxes you receive, how much money's actually come, whether or not they come on time. We will also look at our ADA that we're receiving, right, and our CalPADS data that we need to look at. So there's numerous elements that we look at and are constantly navigating within those reports. So I will tell you that the reports do adjust. They are not a firm and not a guarantee. They adjust throughout the year as we spend our monies and as we receive our monies. Due to the time-varying enrollment and loss of one-time funding and reduction in revenues, we really need to come together. We need a fiscal sustainable plan here for our future. It's something that the board is listed as being one of its major goals, to make sure that the District A is right-sized, that we are living within our means, and by saying that, when we receive a revenue from the state that we know is going to be ongoing, we want to make sure that we are spending that wisely and that we're using our expenditures with that to be able to adjust against that. So those are some of the reasons that when we start looking at why would we even consider any kind of budget reductions, when we know that we've got less revenues coming in than expenditures going out, we do have an obligation to come back and take a look at budget reductions. With that, staff has worked incredibly hard, not just the executive team. I will tell you, this is something that I think has been worked on over the past year. Some of the budget development plans that came out of some committee work last year that we continue to implement throughout this year helped in helping us to resize our budget. That's one of the reasons why we were able to take it from a $14 million structural deficit down to a $3.4 million a year later. That's an amazing achievement, well beyond where I thought we could go to with it. There was some truth in what our speaker, Mr. Nuke, said about when you do your unaudited actuals, and you're closing out your books, and you're then tying that into your proposed budget, you're going to have a different kind of ending balance. So if you don't spend as much money on some of your open POs that get opened up, or on some of the services that you estimate, and then those lines close out, you will have additional expenditures that will happen in your unaudited actuals, right? It'll go up, because basically you're closing out your books, you're projecting that you're going to spend, I'll just use an example. Let's say you're going to spend $1 billion on services, and then you only spent $600,000 of that $1 million. You then have a $400,000 savings that goes into your unaudited actuals that happens in September. You then take that number as you then adjust with the expenditures that you continue to do, and you make sure that you do your first interim and that you actually tie that together. Staff tonight is going to be able to walk through some of the recommendations that they're making. These are recommendations, they are not in stone. They are recommendations in order to continue doing the things that we would like to be able to do to bring additional stability to the district. Again, they are recommendations. There are some items that we are still vetting and trying to go through to make sure that we provide the most best information possible to the board. And so you'll hear more about some of the adjustments on February 4th. And you'll also see the timeline that we're proposing in order to be able to do this. And so with that, I'm going to have staff joining in at the dais over at the podium for slide number 3.
Okay, welcome, and glad to be here. Unfortunate situation to be in, but I'm going to describe the mic because that's how it works best. So, again, a lot of tough conversations happening. We've been charged to come up with about $6 million in reductions. I'm going to go through a quick timeline tonight. There is no action required. It's just information. And if you look at the next meeting, February 4th, we're anticipating to be able to present the first board resolution. However, keep in mind with the numbers and the direction of what the board charges us with, That may come back on the February 18th board meeting for board resolution as an information item, and all action will be done by March 4th. So that would then provide us an additional 11 days to provide all final notices. So you're required by law to make any official notices up to the March 15th deadline. That includes administrative layoffs, reductions, certificated and classified. And then your final timeline that you have to provide your final notification is by May 15th, which we'll talk a little more about as we go through this.
Next slide.
Yeah, March. Yeah, did I not say March? I'm going to say March. Okay. Well, no, it's actually March 15th, and then your final notice is done by May 15th. So that is correct. Thank you, guys. I appreciate the feedback. Resilience in tough times.
You all are mind readers.
I know, right? Listen, this does not get any easier as you're going through these conversations. And again, when a board superintendent look at fiscal stability, we have to look at how we put guardrails up on the budget, how we look at all position control, how we look at our FTEs, any and all positions within the organization. But there's also conversations that have to be happening, and people are more meaningful than the process. And being able to sit down and know that our hearts are in this, yet we're in a tough situation and a dynamic situation, that people's lives are being impacted through this on a day-to-day basis, as well as for the upcoming year, which we're going to really delve down into about who would be impacted with these recommendations that we have set forth and how we got to that, right? So I've got a lot of calls and information and emails and texts that says, hey, Tracy Vicar is sitting in the room making all these decisions. That is not how it happened, nor did it go directly to Jose or Chris or Karen. There's been a process to get feedback, and I'm going to talk more about it because each of our departments, we each are responsible for various departments. So within those departments, we were charged to look, assess, evaluate our departments, see if there's any potential cost savings or reductions that we can do, and get to this next point. So example, we went through human resources and student services, and then all the teaching positions within the organization and anything else that would go through human resources. And for example, with technology, Jose's in charge of technology, but our director of technology would then make recommendations to the assistant sup. That would come to our executive cabinet. We would have to approve that, and then that would come to the board for final authorization. So it's not that people are drawing and pulling straws out of a hat or looking at who's going to be impacted. It looks, remember, layoffs or reduction in force. It has zero to do with performance-related items. It has to be reduction in force, period. So these are not due to evaluations. They're not due to anything other than that. That is the second tier that we deal with as well. As you guys know, for example, with teachers, we have to formally notice any probationary teacher that's a non-reelect by March 15th every year. That is a different subgroup of what we're doing with the RIFs, and I'll get a little more into that when I get into the certificated staffing as we take note of that. And then classified are due by their hire date. You have your 3-month, your 6-month evaluation, 1-year permanent status that we have to meet timelines within not only collective bargaining agreement, but also within the law and government code and labor code. But again, with each one that is or will be or could be impacted, it's a one-on-one conversation. It's trying to find any other alternatives to see if we can put people in positions before people are eliminated. So I don't want you to think the person gets eliminated with the position, because there are something with classified that we have bumping rights that would have to go back into other positions as we move down that list. There are no bumping rights with certificated administrators, because that's a question I've got quite a few times as well. Those are at-will employees depending on their status. And our teachers, right, we have 3 classifications. We have temporary employees, which are at-will employees up through May 15th. And then if you notice them after May 15th, then you would have to have them with their same property, meaning salary, up through June 30th, but they could still be eliminated. So what we did strategically with everybody that has all the answers, we actually have 9 temporary teachers that we brought on this year that we would be able to reduce, so we're not having to go through a reduction in force on those. But that is part of the 16 teachers that I get to a little on the latter of the presentation. So it's not people and positions for each of these, because also teachers will have a right to be placed depending on their hire date on what the options are in the open FTE position, which I'll get a little more into as well. But the biggest piece for us is resilience in tough times. We all have family, we all have kids, we might have important people in our life, right? Here's the last time I checked in my life, I'm not that important of a guy, but the person sitting across the table is a lot more important than I am. And when you're delivering these tough messages, you have to remember that could be you sitting on the other side of the table. So take your time, give the utmost respect, and find a way to help these people, right? I mean, there's all of these, I'll tell you right now, if they're being riffed, they can utilize me if they want for a professional reference, because we're working through, because it's not performance related. We are going through a reduction based on the financial hardship and financial crisis that's been set forth in front of us, and a superintendent and board that's being savvy to where we're at and in charging us with coming up with the $6.1 million, which this includes this evening that I'll talk more about as well. So Jose, I think you're up next, man.
Next slide is the unaudited actuals. And in this slide, you're going to find those unaudited actuals numbers on our MYP for 23-24. You'll find those on page 17 of those unaudited actual reports. And here we're seeing the multi-year projections for 24-25 with our restricted funding and our expenditures coming up with a total ending fund balance for 24-25 at 3.2 million, zero at 25-26, and for fiscal year 26-27 at a negative $7,937,000. Once again, you can find that on the unaudited actual report that we gave for 23-24, September 3rd, on page 17. Next slide. This is our first interim multi-year projection that we have, our ending balances. This you will find that has slightly different numbers than what we have the unaudited actuals. Once again, these are a reflection of what we've adjusted. And so here we see the 24-25, not too far off from the unaudited actuals, from 61,735 at 61,502 here, and for 25-26 at our numbers here at 59,450, and for our 26-27, 59,163. These are our numbers that we have come up with first interim back in December 12th. Reflecting here our ending fund balance. Next slide. Our general fund reduction recommendations. Next slide.
Okay, so now we're going to get into the nitty gritty, and we'll take our time and process this, but I want to give you some important data before we get started. And I've had this question asked quite a few times. How many FTEs have we actually reduced? How many have we eliminated? And from last year, from July 1st to current date, which is today, we've actually reduced 29 FTE positions within this budget and within this organization that have allowed us some cost savings. So example, the first one, these were defunded, which a defunded position means the position's still active and the position number is still active, but there's no more money attached to that position. And for that to be brought back, it would have to go through executive cabinet, it would have to go through the superintendent, and then go through the board as a growth position, because it actually means more money, because we've already eliminated it. So that $1.36 million was actually done over the holidays, and we actually inputted the data. Our director of fiscal is here as well, and can show the $1.3 million savings that we've already put in, which is included in the overall $6.1 million we're talking about tonight. So these were active positions, they were certificated teachers, they were management, there were different positions throughout, and those were sitting there that had a budget strand attached to them, and they have been inactive, meaning no one's been in those positions for quite some time, so we reduced those and eliminated all the funding on those. Make sense? Thumbs up? Yep, okay, perfect. The decrease in overall substitute, as of today, it's over $96,000, and you say, how does that happen? Well, there's three things. One is we actually have improved teacher attendance as well as our employee attendance. So last year, we averaged about 430 absences monthly in certificated substitutes. Currently, we're at 236.5, which reduces a drastic number, especially when daily subs are paid at $235 per the board, $270 for long-term, and any sub that works in our district that works 15 days or more, they get a $300 bonus on a monthly basis if they do the 15 days or more. So things that we've drawn out of this, there were subs that were paid at different rates of pay They were at higher rates of pay that were not board approved, that have been cleaned out. So there's only 3 rates of pay that you can be paid in this district, and all of those positions are aligned. So when you say, why is so-and-so, why were they making $400 a day? Because there was paperwork that was not done correctly that people signed and had rights to those positions. For example, if you're an unqualified teacher, meaning you may have a 30-day emergency credential, you can't be placed in a full-time teaching position and be placed on step 1, column 1 on a salary schedule. We had numerous ones of those coming and going, but those have been cleaned up. We're still working on interns, which some interns were also in that same predicament where they were coming and finishing their credential, haven't quite finished their credential. So then you have a partnership with your university. And when you have that partnership with the university, you have 1 year to complete that intern. It could be 2 or up to 5. But those have to be classified correctly as a probationary 0 teacher, not a probationary 1. And guess what? You can work in an intern position for 5 years in a row, and you will not get a step, right? You do not move up on your years of experience until you're fully qualified. So this is another cleanup that in the past, those are areas that we had to focus on and look at so we could eliminate those and then put our money back in the bank and make sure that our alignment of positions is aligned to what the board has approved and what our regulated pay is, that Chris Williams doesn't make up, that Jose doesn't make up, that is board authorized on any of these positions and through the collective bargaining agreements. So, okay, certificated management, which I want to focus on a few things. Right now we spend we have 10.48% reduction within certificated management. So currently we spend over $4 million on management within this district. On July 1st, we actually had 48.6 management positions. By today, we've reduced 5 positions that are already out of the budget. With that being said, with this projection here, we are eliminating, if board approves, 1 full-time director at $214,852. We are going to move 1 principal as a recommendation to an assistant principal. And all the APs in the organization, because I'm always transparent and I know I talk too much, all the APs in this district will be noticed, okay? And we will do a full reduction of an assistant principal within this district, which comes out to a total cost on the point with indirect costs, anything to do with a salary that's active is $434,419 in the management. Again, overall percentage, that comes out to 10.5% over the overall expenditures that we spend on management right now. So it's the highest group that we're taking the most money out of, okay? So second one, please. So as we go through, certificated in both different groups. So the first one is non-reelect, attrition, and or retirement, which we have 8 positions in there projected, which I feel is very low. If you look at our history, I appreciate Sherry looking at our seniority list, providing information. I appreciate everyone that's working with us. But we already have 3 of these that fall in this category. In addition, we have the 9 temporary teachers. So for us to get to 16, it's not going to be as difficult as it sounds like. Some of these teachers are going to go through attrition. They're going to go leave for promotions, or they could be eliminated if they're a temporary contract, right? Now, in addition to this, we also have to remember class size is changing for transitional K next year. So when transitional K is coming in and you're at 10-to-1, that's going to require 2 FTEs versus 1, right? So we've included that in because we will have 4 new teachers for transitional K based on our projected enrollment, right? So if that comes in a little light, we might have 3. If it comes in a little heavy with enrollment, we might have 5, right? But our projection on consistency over the last 3 years of data, it shows that we'll need at least 4 new teachers coming into those spots as we move forward. That total is coming out to $1.6 million. So example, the 9 temporary teachers, as of this morning, it's $876,000 roughly for the 9 temporary teachers, because temporary teachers are going to start lower on the salary schedule, right? They're going to be your newer teacher for the most part. Okay, sliding on to the next one. Okay, classified restructure and realignment. We also have some people here that are going to assist us so that you guys have a better understanding of the design of what these restructures look like. So one of the pieces is the estimated $188,000 is Jenna Lee and Jose are going to, I think Jose's going to touch base on this, but it's the 1 IT tech, 2 software support specialists.
This actually has a wrong number on it,
On what?
on this slide, I believe.
Oh, that should have been reduced to 44,000, so that didn't get updated. Yeah, so that estimated savings cost, because of the two positions at 110 and 120, should have been changed to $44,000.
Yeah, so that didn't get updated here. So the estimated savings for one IT tech and two software support specialists was $374,000, with adding a new position for an IT analyst and one SIS, Student Information Systems Analyst. That would be a savings of $43,000. Going into our classified restructure, for those four positions, from 7.5 to 8 hours a day, and 11 months to 12 months, that's an increase of $30,000. So overall, yeah.
The district has been charged with going to a simple enrollment. So one of the classified members, well, actually two, will be moving to 12-month to provide better support for our families at a 12-month position with an extra half an hour there available for parents when they're coming to the district office. And then in addition to that, we have another support person that would actually be pushing. By the way, both of these spots, just so everybody knows, have been paid overtime the last 3 years. So it's really a cost neutral, and I'm showing it as an increase because I'm not counting the sub costs, and I'm not counting those costs as, when it's random, I don't like it because it's not budgeted, right? So you have an overall budget for overtime. These have already been paid this amount, so ultimately if you look at dollar for dollar, it's not an increase, but it's an increase to our FTE and our positions. And I'm not going to hide that because I want you guys to be able to see it as we walk through this. But those would be support positions in areas that help our parents and students with enrollment as we move forward.
Next slide, please.
There too, just so you know, we have two morning aid positions that are actually not a part of the bargaining unit, one's a half-hour position, and one's 3/4-hour position on the 10,000.
This doesn't match that.
Right,
Yeah, we're realizing that for some reason we don't have the right presentation. This
Just
is what I was
this
saying,
slide
we
here.
revised the slide, this is a slide we revised.
correct. So you have the updated that I passed out and what our board has.
Want to make sure we get the right presentation out for the public. Yeah, because the board, we can't, the boards can't see where other than this, because we don't have a paper copy of the revisions.
I'm going to try to do some free entertainment. It's probably not the best timing. I'm probably not going to, but I am going to do a quiz. What's the most important date for layoff notices? March 15th, right? And then final notices have to be delivered by May 15th. Just a little quick quiz here as we're moving forward here. It's kind of an awkward delay of time right now, to be honest, but I'm trying really hard.
Oh, okay. I was just gonna take a picture, send it to you, but you don't. Okay, thank you, Jose.
If you guys want to participate in a quick joke, we are going to ask the quick question. How many of you know your capitals? Dang it, you already got me. It's my only good joke I have. How do you say the capital of Louisville or Kentucky? Is it Louisville or Louisville? It's actually Frankfurt, so go check your numbers. See, it's not a very good joke, see? She's already heard it, she already got it, I know.
This is the new one.
All right, if we could just stop here and pause on this slide here for a moment. I'd like to be able to bring some clarity to our community.
Okay, so can we just start over on this slide? The numbers will be re-evaluated and just review.
So these are the numbers that we actually need to reflect here. Our estimated savings for these three positions in the IT department for the one IT tech and two software support specialists is $374,000. Bringing in these two new job descriptions that would require an analyst level that would be a little more in-depth, like for cybersecurity, and the other would be for systems information, would come up to about $331,000 with their salary and all benefits included. That would give us the savings of $43,000, and that reflects us here in this slide. This is what we're trying to present earlier on. Moving into our classified restructure for $30,000 here and moving up these employees from 7.5 to 8 hours and from 11 months to 12 months. And we have the very last item here, our classified services reduction, that it gives us a $10,000 savings overall, reflecting $23,000. So these are much needed restructuring for our IT department. That's why this was essential as a recommendation to the board to come up with job descriptions and a different type of analyst services for our district. Next slide.
Okay, so the other one that, again, we're charged to look at different reductions proposed, remember. So this is a consideration. Obviously, some people have already heard this, that Bridgepoint would be moved back to the high school with Crossroads, the TAL program, and alternative ed to reduce the operating cost as well as some support staff. Obviously, the baseline, we have 14 and a half staff members there. A majority of them will not be impacted because they're still going to be providing similar like services when it gets transitioned to the high school. Potential cost savings is around $500,000. That includes operating costs as well as employee reduction cost. And then the last one was the classified total $461,137. Or $371. Again, I want to cover, if you remember, management cost was 10.5% reduction. Certificated teachers out of a $35,800,000 budget, it's 4.5% total cost of their total expenditures on salaries and indirect costs. Classified is currently at 3.4% with where we're at of the total cost of $13 million on their expenditures. And then special ed is right at 6.6%, which we're going to segue into next. Okay, so one thing I really want you to recognize and notice, the word in front of the position. Okay, contracted, 0.50, contracted, 0.50, contracted, 0.50. School psych retirees, so that's a different category. SPED lead teachers that have stipends that have not been filled. So these are contracted positions, and to give you an idea, on any position that you have contracted within your district, there's a minimum of a 35% cost increase to have that supplemental service coming in from the outside in. So example, if we were to pay a special ed paraeducator total cost with healthcare and indirect cost, it would be approximately $38,000 on average, $37,500 to $38,500. When we bring in one special ed paraeducator contracted, it's costing us $60,000. We have 24 special ed paraeducators still providing support and services that are baseline. By the way, Chris and Angela don't make these decisions. We have IEPs that we do have to meet and follow, and reassessing and doing like a forensic audit on our IEPs. So example, I've used this sample quite a few times, but if I have my friend Jose here that has a reading problem, I may need to provide him reading support for phonemic awareness, and alphabetical principle, whatever we want to focus on, for about 2 hours a day, right? And it may be direct, high-level, intense services. But after that 2.5 hours, what happens to my aide? That aide in past, again, not in every situation, and again, being transparent, that aide stays with Jose for the rest of the day, 5 days a week. in lieu of what we're trying to do. Again, there is a lot of work on this, and this isn't a magic wand that we're waving and saying we're done. But we're trying to look at these aides that are servicing Jose so that he can only, or that aide can service him and then also me, so there might be a little more movement with our special ed aides. Does that make sense? Right? And every time we do that, you guys, it's a savings of $24,000, baseline monies on one aide. And the benefit is we have more people in our community that we're hoping to bring in to hire. Example, last Friday, we had 6 paraeducators that were interviewed. And by the way, which everybody's shaking their head, they were actually highly qualified. So in the past, what we do with those other 5 go home and no one talks to them. But we have 5 potential people that we can bring in as these paraeducators with special ed to help build their capacity and provide them the professional development and the testing necessary so that each one of them that would come in, if we could hire 5 of those, it saves $125,000, 121 to be exact. So being creative on it, because these contracted aides, we're not required to bring this to the board for elimination because we have contracts that have already been brought to the board for approval. I'm bringing this so that we can be transparent and everybody can see it and our board knows what we're faced against as we're moving to the next step. But if you see the total cost, it's about $390,000. Then the next slide is going to give us the remaining $791,000. So it's, again, PT, physical therapist, contracted. The only full-time position that is on this is the adaptive PE teacher, which we've actually, Angela's already talked to her. We're still going to work with her and see if there's any other spots that we can bring her back in another position, which she may be willing to, as I understand, Angela, is that correct? As of today, this afternoon? But you can see there's a lot of people that may be impacted on this position, but if we have services that we're required to, we are mandated to meet those requirements based on the IEP, not based on my perception, not based on some, all the time with parents' perception, but we want to communicate with parents so we know that we're providing that support for our families and meeting the baseline. We also have, which I put on here, we have 1 RSP, non-reelect, which you won't see the name on it, but it's already been brought, one of them's already been brought to the board. So I'm going to keep those apprised as we're going through. These lists do not, this is not included in the other list that I've already showed you of the 1.6 million. This is an entire 2 different slides. The 1.1 million, a little over with special ed, is not touching any of the other reductions I've showed you so far. So it's in addition to get us to our baseline. Okay? All right. Next one. And then Jose's going to talk about the last one on the technology renewal.
So on technology non-renewal of services, this is where our IT department generally has not only identified some of the services that we're no longer using, like Zoom licenses, that we're paying an annual contribution to it, but only maybe 10% of users are utilizing those services. So this is what we've deducted and just basically canceled that subscription. Also old AT&T phone lines that were just not functional, that we actually going into voice over IP now. Also including our T-Mobile hotspots that we had for not only for our sites, but our staff, some of our students, but those were hardly ever used. So we just basically canceled those out, left a few lines open, a few hotspots connected. But this brought us a savings of $130,000 for the fiscal year in itself. So that's kudos to the IT department that is looking for resources on how to not only cut in some of these expenditures, but bring that back into the district. Another is Think Together. It's the extended learning expenditure. This is grant funded. It's not the Think Together here that we're identifying some of the savings for some of the snacks for our students. Our students into this Think Together contract did not include any kind of nutrition services, any kind of snacks for them. We were using a neighboring district for this, and it was costing us about $5 a student, and sometimes that would be you could say charge twice to that, and that was really getting at a much higher rate of, I think our expenditures were between $40,000 and $50,000 per month on some of these months. And here we saw another opportunity for us as a district to look at, like for instance, Costco, to get the supplies and get the nutritional values, to get the fruits and to get some of the snacks at $8,000 per month. So that's a huge savings there of $150,000 for the district. So a total of $280,000, $111 here.
We are looking at additional restructure considerations that we wanted to make the board aware of. Some of these considerations are tied to school site councils, LCAP, and the general fund. Part of these reduction considerations also includes funding for 2 grants that end in 2026. Although the grants end in 2026, we have already exceeded the allotment. As we prepare for the February 4th meeting, we may need to include additional considerations for cost savings, and we'll share these for your review. Next slide. While we look at budget reductions, we also want to include in our presentation some possible future revenue considerations. These can include increasing our daily attendance rates, increasing services for outside contracts with our graphic arts department, looking at facility use contracts for outside organizations who want to use our facilities and have these contracts in line with our actual cost for cost recovery. We can also look for grant opportunities from the state that may be in the new governor's budget or other organizations. We are also in cohort 2 of the medical reimbursement program and anticipate a $250,000 reimbursement for this school year and up to $500,000 for 25-26. This is a reimbursement insurance program where we can bill private insurances for services that support children, similar to the MAA program. We will still offer an extended learning program for our families, and we need to make sure that we are allocating money that was in the grant funds that we receive so that it does not encroach on the general fund.
Next slide.
There is a cell tower on there on that slide that we didn't touch base on. And so we're looking at current locations at the middle school that has 2 cell towers on there from Verizon. We're currently in negotiations for that number to give us a 20 or a 40-year lease on that and compensate us with a one-time funding. So still currently under negotiations.
And then just to reiterate, obviously we're at the January 21st board meeting and we'll wait for conversation. We're anticipating coming back on February 4th. We will be providing a new update no matter what. And either February 4th or 18th, depending on what the direction is from the board tonight. The board resolution will be brought back twice, required by law, February 18th and March 4th, depending on how tonight goes, and I'll be able to provide you a recap on what our board directs us to do after this. Do you have your budget up here? That's it? Okay. All right, so any questions from the board? I know it's a heck of a lot of information. I'd be happy to walk through slide by slide and do our best to get to the information you need.
Member Thomas?
Yeah, I'd like to ask a question about the cell tower. You're talking about the initial or the existing cell towers?
That's correct.
Now, I recall those contracts were limited. They weren't 20-year by any means.
Right.
And that land is potential. And at one point, we said that was excess land that we could sell or develop. So, I mean, we would need to get out of those contracts. You didn't say 20 years, did you?
No. The current is 40 years on that. They're looking for 40 or more years. We're trying to get it down to 20 years. If there is a sale on the if there is a sale on the property, they would go with that ground lease. There's an easement currently in that contract. So that contract is currently due, and so we are in negotiations for the next term. If we do not give them clear direction, it would go into an automatic 5-year term 4 times over. That's another 20 years. That's the only number that comes in for 20 years. But currently, it should be negotiated for 40 years, but at a much favorable number. We're currently not getting that from Verizon.
I guess I'm not understanding. How many years are we obligated to allow them to use those cell towers?
It was initially for our, in our agreement, it was 40 years on there, I believe is what it states. And if we do not negotiate a new contract, it will automatically roll into a 5-year terms for 4 times consecutive. So that's 20 years there. If we do nothing with it, it just stays at $2,000 a month, which is what the district is receiving currently.
So we can't develop that land?
No, you can.
No,
would
you
just have
definitely
to-
can.
you
There's
just
an
have to get-
easement.
You would have to be able to give them notice.
There is an easement, there is a negotiation, let them know, give enough notice in writing, let them know that if we were to do whatever with that property, if you wanted to sell it, you wanted to lease it, whatever you want to do with that property, there is an easement that would have to go into that real estate sale.
Okay, so we can sell it?
Yeah, absolutely. Just have to provide the buyer with that information. There is an easement with Verizon.
And just for clarification, the location that we're talking about, I believe, is at the middle school, is that
Correct.
correct?
Newark
So I
Middle
just want to
School.
be really clear about where it's at, just because I know we're talking
It's
about
right-
the community. And by the way, if they were to do something with it, there's no guarantee that cell phone service would get better either. That's not on us.
No, and they currently have 4G towers up there, and they like to go, and they usually, 4Gs have a 10-mile radius coverage, but they like to go to something stronger, 5G, which has a 2-mile radius. So there's a lot of infrastructure, a lot more, if you will, money to be had on their part. And if we do not renew their contract, then we'd be more than happy to go with somebody else, which, those are things to consider.
Get us the best deal.
Trying.
I had a couple of questions, just wanted to address some of the things that people had brought up in public comment and see if we can assuage concerns as much as possible. So first, just wanted to clarify, so Think Together is only in this presentation because there was savings with regards to the snacks, correct?
That's
There was
correct.
no plan of cutting the Think Together program.
Actually, there could be a reason to go off and cut the Think Together program, but we would still look at some sort of after-school program.
It would be
We would just want
replaced
to be able
with
to replace it with something that might be within the cost, the actual grant that we get versus encroaching on our general fund.
Okay, but regardless, an after-school program would be provided of similar quality and scope.
Yeah, based on the grant that's out there, we are required to provide that, and we're required to provide it especially for our parents and families who are unduplicated count
Okay.
type students, right? Like they have the need and the services. We absolutely must provide it if we accept that grant.
Okay, thank you. Secondly, I guess I was a little bit curious about the IT restructure slide. Could we go back to that one? A couple of questions about that.
And we'll email this presentation to you so you have the updated presentation.
Thank you. So I had heard some concerns raised from our software support specialists about the difficulty in perhaps eventually transitioning to a new student information system, given reduced staffing. I was wondering what our thoughts were with regards to that going forward. Clearly, everyone in our IT department does really great work. It's investing a lot of time and effort in keeping the district running, and it does seem a little concerning to me to be cutting in a department that is already stretched pretty thin, particularly if we at some point in the future do want to transition to an SIS that is better than the one that we have right now. So just was curious about the reasoning behind this and the impact this could have on overall district tech.
Absolutely, that's a valid question, and I'm with you on that. It's going to be a learning curve, whatever system we do use with our current synergy. We are looking into different software programs that would launch, not only with our IT department, but multiple stakeholders from the sites, here at the district office, ed services, that would assist us into adopting this new software system. So it's going to be a learning curve, for sure. Nonetheless, we do need to go into something that's a little more up-to-date, that we can get ahead of the curve because of this UPP counts that goes into CalPads. We want to make sure that we're starting getting accurate data. That data that we not only gather from the site can be inputted much faster than, if you will, towards the end of the year. So those are the things that we're trying to adopt and learn, getting the right software for this. And we have been in talks with multiple vendors on this, and hopefully we'll get close to one particular vendor that'll help us streamline this process.
Thank you. And then just one final question. I'm sorry for all the questions regarding the conversation around custodial reduction in force. It does seem like it would potentially be exacerbating the burden on our remaining staff to have these cuts if the amount of facilities that they would need to be able to take care of remains the same. How does that math work out if there were to be a reduction in force, but then kind of an unchanging amount of responsibility for remaining staff?
Right, so your question is, how would they service the sites? with a reduction in force, if you will. So this is where we're looking for more of a analyst position that has that higher, if you will, knowledge on systems and basically going after the systems informations
I think
and
the
gathering.
question was on custodial.
Custodial.
I'm gonna do
Sure.
my best.
Okay.
So, Bridgepoint, if the board accepts the recommendation to move Bridgepoint over, there's 1.5 full-time FTEs over there, depending on who you're talking. What's that? 1 1/3. Excuse me, I'm off a little less, so if it's 1/2 and 1/3, that comes out too, right? So, but there's two people, right, or 1.5 FTE that are on the books that would then be eliminated. And then after further discussion, because of the sub-issue and based on the feedback.
Could you use the microphone so people at home and
Sorry, you're right. I get so excited. Sorry. Okay, is that better? I'll talk very quietly. But, okay, so with Bridgepoint, if that does happen, then those custodians would be shifted. We've hired 4 custodians within the last 6 months, so you go from the lowest of seniority, right? And in addition to that, we have talked after further conversation, and I appreciate some people and voices. Tracy and I talked about possibly eating the 2 positions and make them the floating subs for us to give us back support back at the sites, because there is a huge issue that was brought in, and I know we have talked about it, to be able to consider that in the next recommendation when we come back to the board in February. But then you would still have 2 positions reduced because we're shutting down the school, if approved, and then we would create 2 floating subs that would still be full-time, but they would be the first fill-ins if somebody was not there in the morning or afternoon. Okay, so that will definitely help. It's gonna decrease our cost savings, and it'll move the overall classified cost reduction to 3.1%, just so we know.
Got it.
So hopefully that clarifies, yep.
Member Lee.
So one question, regarding the school psychologist retiree, would it impact the students in any way, like in terms of like if they would need help with like their social, emotional health?
Thank you for that question, Joy. Yes, so our school psychologists serve and support students with IEPs. So they are predominantly psychologists. They assess our students for eligibility, and they provide the services within their IEP. So what you're referring to is the counseling, if they need counseling and extra support. So fortunately, we do have a contract with Effective School Solutions, and that predominantly they provide the counseling for students. So we were able to look at the IEPs as they are written, and each of our students' IEPs can be fulfilled with the existing staff, minus with that retiree.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Member Hill.
So first off, I want to thank the superintendent and staff for looking into this issue and pulling together numbers and recommendations. And I also know the challenges that we faced in terms of trying to get a clear financial picture in our district. And for lack of maybe a better explanation, sometimes it kind of feels like at some point somebody took a jigsaw puzzle and threw it up in the air, and then we had a whole bunch of pieces that we had to figure out how to put back together. So I appreciate the challenges. At the same time, though, we're proposing a lot of cuts here. So when I add up these numbers, if I add them up correctly, it's about $6 million in cuts. And so I want to make sure that we have a good baseline as we tackle this. So I'm wondering if we could turn to page, what's the page that says unaudited actuals?
Actually, I think if you go to the MYP page, it's on here, you're not seeing the first presentation that we had up. Go back a little bit further.
Is that
Right
slide
there.
6?
If we could expand
Slide
that
6 there.
page, I think this will be an important page to help you.
Do you have that printout there?
They don't have the printout. I think you handed out.
They have it. Yeah,
Oh, it might be in here. Okay, good.
that should be slide 6.
Oh, here it is. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, it's kind of an eye chart.
Yes.
Apologies.
Apologies on that. That is, that's in the first interim report, MYP projections. That starts up with our 24-25 at 61,502,022, with our expenditures at 49,252, plus the 15,648 that you see there on line number 3.
Do you want to go back to the other slide? Does that help you?
Well, so, I mean, is that one different from the multi-year projection?
Correct. If you go back one slide, Ms. Toya, that's basically just those numbers being reflected on that breakdown.
Okay.
So these are exact same numbers as you see on that spreadsheet
All
there. It's just a sheet from the first interim
Okay.
report.
So we're projecting a little more than 61.5 in revenues for this year, and 65 in expenditures.
Right.
Okay. And we're saying, so basically we don't really have a deficit this year. I'm sorry, no, we do, sorry. So is 64.9 minus 61.5, 2.5?
Correct.
Okay. Okay. So then that's our starting balance, right?
That is correct. Our
Okay.
ending fund balance there at the 2 point.
Okay. So then if we go into the next year, right? So we would have that as a starting balance. So let's just say that's like, so we would add that to the 59,450, right? So that would be what? 62. But so 66.7 minus 62 is not 600,000.
No, your 2,553,283 is a negative. That's not a positive balance, right?
Yeah, it should be a negative balance.
Right, because if you take your revenues, which are 61 million, minus your expenditures, you're in the hole.
It should be.
Okay, but the issue though, right, is, all right, so we're just, so, but the issue is how is this impacting our fund balance, right? Right, so we're not seeing the fund balance here anywhere. Okay, so we're in the hole, okay? I mean, but what's our starting fund balance? What was our starting fund balance for this year?
Yeah, we're bringing Nancy up.
Yep. So in our first interim MYP, on our printout, we have a beginning balance of $22,453,555.
Okay, so at the beginning of this year, we got 22 million in the bank.
Correct.
Okay. At the end of this year, we're projecting that we're running a deficit and that bank account's going to go down by 2.5 million.
Correct.
Okay, so we're going to be left with 19.5 million.
Correct.
Okay. So right? So we have 19.5 million in the bank, right? So now if we take 66,798 minus 59, right? So that's again, what, roughly 7 million? Okay.
Yeah, this number's wrong.
7 million. So we're really running at that point. We're running a $7 million deficit for next year.
Correct.
So how did it go up that much? How did it go up from 2.5 million in 2024 to 7 million?
Right, so we have our commitments. Well, we also have our commitments that we have been discussing here. Our commitments here of $13,217,000 for this year, and next year, $8.4 million. So that also adds to that deficit there, for that $7 million into our 24, 25. 25, 26, my apologies.
Agreed. These are commitments, some of which can be taken care of with the bond.
No. These are commitments that we've had, that we put a resolution, I believe, in our very last fiscal presentation, with our facility improvements, deferred maintenance, technology refresh, furniture replacement, declining enrollment.
Some of those could be replaced, though, with the bond proceeds that we have coming up. For those designated funds that you've designated in there, that could be potentially money that could be returned.
Right, but this is all money that we passed a resolution because we had to meet the cap that the state required, which I think has gone away, which to me means these numbers, the board can revisit them.
Absolutely.
So we have a lot of wiggle room.
Yeah, so given this, right, I mean, I know that you guys live and breathe these numbers every day. So we're not looking at them, but like there's some like big mental leaps, right? And I want to make sure, right, because we're making an assumption that we need to cut $6 million, right? But I mean, I really need to see how, I don't see that in these numbers.
Yeah, those are unassigned ending balances, what you're seeing there, the 2.5, 600,000, and the $51,440.
I don't think it's that number.
So I mean, I think it would be helpful if we look at your timeline. So we have a board meeting on the 4th.
Correct.
So could we do a brief study session where we can walk through a little bit of the starting point here, right? So that we really understand, okay, you know, here literally is pluses and minuses, right? So here's what we got in the bank, here's what we have coming in, here's what we have going out, here's what's the delta, the projection.
Absolutely.
Right? And then to be able to say, to tie that then to our cuts. Because I think, you know, I think we all need to understand it. But also, as I think Vice President Thomas has said, not Member Thomas, that's too lowly. That maybe we have some wiggle room on some of this stuff.
Correct. And I'd be more than happy to set up some time with the board here and go over this in a study session.
Okay.
We'll send an email out.
You know, could I say something or ask something? It seems to me that a lot of these cuts are not taking services away. A lot of these cuts are right-sizing the district. And
That's correct.
the work we still have to do is, the money's there for the work we still have to do, especially in special ed. We're not cutting services to special ed kids. We're still going to be able to clean all of our sites because with the cut that you said in custodial, you're right-sizing and not taking services away. So which means if you're saving us $6 million, we're having trouble recruiting talent.
Correct.
And some of it is because we're not competitive. Any $6 million we save that we can put into ongoing, increases for our people, so we can retain them and reward them for what they need to do. I'm all for that. I'm all for that.
Thank you. Any other questions from the board?
Any other questions? Go ahead.
I just had a quick question in regards to the classified restructure for the software support specialist. I know Chris went ahead and just elaborated really quick on the SIS analyst and the CalPADs, right? But is that considered like the registrar? Is that the person that will be taking care of that? I mean, or is it the software for like the iReady, everything that's out there? It just really, it's not clear to me to what position that would become, being a manager position.
Right, well, for SIS, that would be an information analyst, so it's not a management position. This is a position basically that would take all that data. We have the other position that would be a network systems administrator. That's the administrator, if you will, management position.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right, any other questions? Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
We have some discussion to have. All right. Do we need a break, quick break? Okay. All right. Let's take a 4-minute and be back at 11:30. Bio break. Oh, thank goodness. I was having a heart attack. Okay,
That
so
clock has been.
10:30. We'll come back at 10:30, take a couple minutes. Thank you. Convening our meeting. We are on new business of after-school education and safety grant award notification. Mr. Carr?
Oh, let me just go back up here. Yes. This evening we have 2 grant notifications that we received. You're actually very familiar with these. They were part of our adopted budget. They've been part of our program support. However, CDE was a little bit behind in getting these documents to us. We finally received them over the Christmas holiday. But they've been in effect. They actually go back to July 1. And so quite often CDE is a little slow on getting these grant notifications to us. And this is 2 of them. We're expecting, I think, 3 others that we're still looking on the lookout for, that are still funding some of our programs that we have in this current year that have been operating, providing support services to our students. This is just for us now, for us to be able to do our booking it inside of our actual budget, which is what Nancy does, and then we're able then to expend against it in our reports.
Great. Thank you.
So actually, both for the ACES and CPA, these are two items that are there.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Can we move down to 11.3 then?
Yes.
All right. So the school board, what? Yeah, it's just notification.
Yeah.
Do we have to?
No, there is.
We don't have to do anything with them. They're
Information only, because we received it, I've already signed off on them. It's services we've been doing already all year. You were aware that we were doing these services, and we've just been waiting for the grant awards to come in from the Department of Education.
So I have a question related to both of those grants.
Okay.
It's for any grant, and that is that I've seen in the past, when I first joined the board, that we went after all these grants, but there were all of these kind of strings attached, and it ended up that the dog, or the tail was wagging the dog, right? And we ended up having to deploying resources to satisfy these grants that really maybe had more urgent, needs. And so I'm hoping that these are more aligned, and that we're not diverting resources from things that are important.
So, great questions. For the ACES grant, this actually provides us with the ability to be able to offer additional safety education services. It's definitely a grant we would want to keep. The California Partnership Academies grant is actually a piece that actually funds a portion of the MCA program. And you may recall, we had talked about at one point about maybe reducing the MCA program last year. It was decided by the board to keep it for 1 more year and then do an assessment of that when you do your next board adoption for your budget adoption for next school year. It's the one that you'll have to come back and reconsider again as to whether or not you're going to support this. That's correct.
But I'd like to make a comment on it. I've been very involved with looking at our CPA grant over many years. And the requirement is that the district match the $60,000 that we get. But if you I've looked at the budgets, and I'd appreciate it if the board could see what the costs really have been in that grant, because they were always far and above the grant. The money, yeah, because you have to consider small class sizes, which they have, that cost money. So that's part of our match. And our match was probably double what the grant required.
Yeah,
So it cost us more money, I think, than.
And Mrs. Thomas is correct. So one of the challenges is that if you're offering a math, a language arts section, I think it's a science section, they all have to be just those students that are in that cohort. So if that grant starts off, let's say with, I'll just use an example, let's say it starts off with 90 students initially, and then by the time they get to their senior year, it is down to a much lower number, maybe more like a 25. It could be problematic because now you're not staffing fully for your FTE, and other students can't come into that cohort. So basically, that particular course gets capped off just for those individual students so that they stay whole together as part of the cohort. So I understand exactly what you're saying. I do think it's been problematic. It was a piece that we talked about last year. We knew that it was costing us a lot more money. And we also then were having to bring in another staff member to help fill some of the other sections because we couldn't fully fill those sections. They had to be in the small grouping. So I can see where your concerns are. The MCA program has been working with the Lighthouse Academy piece to be able to re-strategize and work on recruitment strategies to be able to bring those numbers up, get more students involved in the academies. We know that students that are in the academies are very successful. The students absolutely love being in the academies, and it's done some great work on that end of it. It's a matter, though, of whether or not we can really financially make it work. I will tell you that CPAs, there used to be a large number of CPAs in the state. They have collapsed down because the requirements are so rigorous and they have no wiggle room that it makes it very difficult to be able to operate in it. As a matter of fact, if a district gives up one of their CPA programs, the state does not replace it anymore. So basically the state's waiting for it to kind of die on the vine, I think, in some ways, because it doesn't like somebody loses an academy, another person can't start an academy. So the academies are just limited who it's out there in the state, and as they dwindle down, they'll eventually kind of fall off.
And I think, media is one area that's covered, but, think of what we're trying to do with the STAR Lab that might be more attractive to students and serve the same kind of purpose that we have with the Partnership Academy.
I think our students like a variety, because not every student's going to want to go into the STAR Lab and be more STEM related, with more like the technology and the engineering side of things. But you got the other students that are very artistic, they're interested in communications, they're interested in some other things. So I think we need to find a good blend between the variety of programs when we work with our ROP and we look at the programs that are out there. Again, I think we need to come back and do a bigger assessment of the CPA program. But for this year, the board said they were willing to add it into their budget. They weren't ready to let it go yet. We've been working hard on strategies. I want to thank the staff over at the high school. They've been very open to working with myself. We reached out personally and talked with people from the state together on a conference call last year to try to sit there and look at what could we do to make this better and stronger, right? And so that's what they've been working on for this year. I look forward to seeing their report. I'm sure they'll be happy to give a report back to our district and share that information.
Yeah, I'd just like to, I'd just like to add, we've heard testimony within the past year of students and alumni of the program who talk about the sort of life-changing impact that it had on them. And so even if it does, end up being a little bit more costly than the grant itself and does require, some additional investment in recruiting additional students into the program, it does seem like there are some non-quantifiable impacts of this program that students speak very passionately about. And so, personally, I'm of the opinion that we ought to do whatever we can to hold on to something that students tell us is working for them.
So I don't disagree with that. I can also tell you that you can bring the CTE component that's involved with this piece, with the multimedia element, and you could actually create that as being a pathway. Just play devil's advocate for a moment, right? So this is something I've seen done before. It doesn't mean that you lose the integrity of that portion of the program. It just means that it allows more flexibility for the core academic elements. But you could keep the other piece, even if you didn't have CPA funding. There's other funds out there available that we might be able to leverage and still keep a program intact and not lose it. I think there's just some other ways that you can go off and go spin it, and I think there's other eligibility dollars out there that we should be looking at if we cannot make the CPA work with the integrity of how the program is designed. If we can't conform to that, or it becomes so costly and cost prohibitive that it's impacting other programs on the site, then we should look at what else can we do to salvage it so that the students have the core pieces, which they really enjoy, which is around the multimedia and communications element.
So both of these items actually do require action. So we have to vote on it. That's what it says, action, right? So we got to vote to approve. So I think we're gonna. Okay, I shouldn't.
I'm asking that you ratify them, although I've signed off on them. I'm just doing it as a ratification.
Okay. So I suspect we're gonna ratify, but I'd like to make a recommendation for future grants, and that is, can we have people fill out a template that basically says, here's the grant, here's specifically what we're getting for it. Right? So here's specifically what the goal is for this grant, in more detail. And then also, is it cost neutral, right? Or, so basically, what's the revenue that's coming in, but what are any costs that we have to incur? So, because I think that that's important for us to be able to make a good decision, because what happens, right, is it then becomes like death by 1,000 cuts if you don't manage it. And at one point, when I was on the board earlier, that's what happened. We had so many everybody was out there trying to go get grant money, but not really realizing all of the overhead that goes into getting that, administering it, and then what were we getting for it.
Right, right. And like I said, at one point, I think the CPAs kind of made sense when we were a little bit more flush with monies. Now that things are a little bit more challenging and people are trying, and districts are trying to fill their FTE sections to their fullest, right, to make sure that they're leveraging what they can within their budgets. When you've got a teacher who's not meeting the max of what the CBA says, right, for their FTE section, that could be problematic across the board, and it actually has an impact, it's a ripple effect on everybody else there at the site. So, I hear what you're saying. I think, let cabinet come back and let's have a conversation about that. I think it's something that for the future would be great to go off and implement some sort of document that would be helpful.
So it sounds like we need to have a motion to ratify the after-school education and safety grant award. We'll do that first.
I move to ratify.
Second.
Okay, so Hill ratifies and Block seconds. And a roll call, please.
Member Hill?
Yes.
Yeah.
Member Aguiano?
Yes.
Member Block?
Yes.
Vice President Thomas?
Yes.
President Jones?
Yes.
And
Five ayes.
student member Lee left to go get some rest for tomorrow's school.
Okay, and so looking at the California Partnership Academies grant, may I have a motion for ratification of that grant?
I move we ratify the California Partnership Academies grant.
And a second?
I second.
Okay, so Thomas does the motion to ratify. Anguiano seconds? And roll call, vote call?
Student Board Member Lee, absent. Member Hill?
Yes.
Member Aguiano?
Yes.
Member Block?
Yes.
Vice President Thomas?
Yes.
President Jones?
Yes.
5 ayes, 1
Motion
absent.
passes, or the grant is now ratified? All right. So I believe we are down to 11.3, School Board Site Liaison.
Would you like me to start this thing?
Sure, but yeah.
Okay, so there have been some discussion about the idea of perhaps having and this actually goes back to last summer during the board planning session that we had. And we talked about the board wanting to have some additional ability to be able to connect with school sites and maybe having a liaison representative available for each of our schools. And the schools would actually reach out to that liaison first to have them either come to events, to help lead some discussions, maybe with their parent groups, maybe some initiatives that might be happening on campus, and kind of be that champion, right? It could be something that could be a rotational thing. It could be something that maybe, you can do it different kinds of ways. As a board member, myself, in the past, I can tell you that my board assigned a person and an alternate to each school site. The high schools were available to all of us to be able to kind of be there with, and it didn't prohibit a board member from going to a different site, but it just allowed for the administration of that site to be able to reach out to them, kind of have a conversation, kind of be able to work on some initiatives that were really super important out there. So the board had talked about this last July. It was not something that we implemented, but it was something we were going to talk about in the board reorganization, and we left it off the list. I wanted to make sure that we had a chance to bring it back and have the conversation to see if this is something that the board may be interested in doing again. And I want to thank President Jones for reminding me that that discussion had taken place. And so we wanted to place this back on the agenda again.
So, yeah, and I just, it's attending things, it's open house, it's back to school night, it's being available, going to parent-teacher club meetings or PTAs or, whatever their organization on the campus is. I know for the high school, graduation, we all go, but then each one of the schools, the elementaries has a promotion from 5th grade. There's the 8th grade promotion, graduation as well. So it's, for the elementaries, it's a way of making sure that, we are there and having some experiences and for the school site and the parents at those school sites to get to know us. So I was, I was eager to do this and kind of think about, as I was thinking about it, who would I like to work with, and I started working with with Memorial this last week. I met with them because of the new student board member process and election process. I sat down with Mr. Murphy and Ms. Canales about what our expectations were, what the process would be, a timeline for this year's process, and so I've been working really closely with them on that. And so when I was thinking about this, is like, I would really like to be a part of the high school, as the liaison for the high school, partly because of that, but also because of being an elementary teacher, I don't have as much experience with the secondary, and so it's a stretch for me to, get involved from that level. So it's an opportunity for us to say, what schools are you interested in? I'm going to be going to Kennedy events because my granddaughter's there. So that's not a school I would sign up for as the liaison necessarily, because I'm going to be going as a grandparent at times too. So maybe I'm the alternate, but so anyway, that's kind of what I'm thinking. Member Hill.
And I just wanted to add that I think that part of the genesis of this discussion is that in prior times, sometimes there's a lot of events going on in a lot of different schools, and sometimes the workload has fallen unfairly on a few board members, and I would say maybe specifically Member Thomas and Member Jones going to a lot of things, and Member Hill not always going to as many, partly because of my job, but I think that the intent is how do we share the load a little bit more.
Yeah. So.
I just wanted to add to just piggyback on that. It's just being present. It shows a lot of support, for the parents, also for the staff, and really just coming back and sharing here, amongst the board and also the cabinet, and just making sure that we're collaborating, that we have the communication. That's really key. So I really do like the idea. I'm all for it, so it sounds good.
Yeah, I'd just like to echo what everyone else has said. This sounds like a great idea. I'm all for it, and just to make the process easier, I'm eager to work with people from any school site, so put me for whichever schools y'all want. That's fine with me.
Does anybody have any preferences?
Well, I would like Lincoln.
All right.
And I would
because they're doing so many wonderful, innovative things, especially after school programs, and I just want to revel in the wonderful staff they have, and it's just electric and it catches me on fire.
All right.
And I would like to sign up for Schilling because that's so close to where I live, and it's a school that I really want to see do well.
Okay. Anybody else? Preferences?
For me, I'll go ahead and just mention I do have 4 children, so 3 of those go to different levels
I know.
at the
See you
school.
all over the place.
So I think I just fit in and pretty much cover the whole bases here. However, just being part of a different community for me to get to know, other parts of our wonderful schools. I mean, I would like to do that. So I have to get out of my comfort zone and be out there. I'd like to be at a BGI, so.
One
And
thing
sure
I'd
enough,
like to recommend is maybe BGI and BGP kind of go together. They have the same parents often, because you got your primary and your intermediary. One of the things that we've heard from parents is that, like you even heard our principal talk tonight about the fact that they walked together, right? They shared the award together. They're doing a lot of things in joint efforts together. So I might recommend maybe that you maybe combine BGI and BGP kind of together.
sounds good. I mean, that's something that really sparked my interest in being a part of, to see what they're doing good, positive, so we go ahead and just spread that around the different schools.
So it looks like we're going to need to have two per board member, with one board member having just one. Since Memorial is the largest campus, maybe if Member Jones wants to just take Memorial, then each of us can take two of the smaller school sites. Does that sound reasonable?
Yeah, sounds good.
So what are you thinking, Member Block?
The next two available on the list are Coyote Hills and Kennedy, so I don't mind signing up for those two.
And I'm okay with doing, Newark Middle School. It looks like that's the one spot, right?
Well, at Bridgepoint, so at Bridgepoint, there might be less.
Okay.
If you're, I don't know if that helps or not. But, who am I to say, wait.
I could take Bridgepoint too if you wanted to take Kennedy.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Sure.
Yeah, because I only have one saying Lincoln. I would be happy to take another. Is there any other left over now?
Well, in the middle school or Bridgepoint.
Well, you said you were going to take Bridgepoint.
Yeah, I can take Bridgepoint
Okay.
to free up Kennedy for somebody else.
I'll take
there you go.
the middle school.
Okay. And Aiden, you're going to take Bridgepoint? Or no, I'm sorry, Austin.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'll take
Austin's
Bridgepoint.
taking Bridgepoint. And I'll repeat them back to you here in just a second.
Okay, and,
So here's what I've got. I think I've got Gabriel for BGI and BGP. We've got Austin for Shea and for Bridgepoint. And Kennedy.
I rolled off of Kennedy
Yeah,
to
I mean,
make space for somebody else there.
I can do Kennedy, I'm frequently there, so that would be okay.
Okay.
I've played both hats before.
Okay. I have Nancy for Lincoln. And I've got Aiden for Schilling. I've got Aiden and Nancy over at the middle school. President Jones over at the high school. And then Austin over at Bridgepoint.
Does that work? All right. Okay, great, thank you. So moving on to the consent.
President Jones, just really quick, just if there's no events happening and you would like to attend a different, it's nice to just.
Absolutely. So
Okay.
You could go to any of
You
that.
can go to anything, drop in, you're a parent at 3 different schools, so you're gonna going to those
Sounds good.
as a parent, just, so, no, absolutely, drop in, and if you're feeling, overwhelmed, and it's like, you feel like it's an event that somebody should go to, then, put a.
Not at all. I mean, it's good that we have alternates as well, so.
Yeah, well, we didn't sign up for alternates, but, I'm happy to sign up for alternate for the BGs.
I think that, let's say the liaisons have a more broad kind of connection, but all of us should feel free to go to any event at any school.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I don't think we need to necessarily designate alternates for each site. That feels like maybe a bit excessive. Like if any other board member wants to jump in, if the liaison's unavailable, that seems sufficient.
Yeah, I think so. And, and we don't hit every single event. It's just not possible, but we try to make an appearance as much as possible, as much as we can.
I would encourage you that if there's something like really active happening and whoever the main liaison is can't make it, to reach out to another board member to see if they might be available to help cover, especially if it's an area of their interest. I think that would really be great for them to be able to help support, for you guys to be able to help support each other in being there. And I can tell you our schools are thrilled to have you come out and participate, so we look forward to having you out at our schools.
Yeah, I'm going to Lincoln's Pizza Feed on Friday, so
That's my school.
Going anyway.
So could I have a motion to approve the list that you guys just approved for being a liaison?
I'll make a motion to approve the liaison list.
I second.
All right. And Toya, you got that? Okay.
Student Board Member Lee, absent. Member Hill?
Yes.
Member Aguiano?
Yes.
Member Block?
Yes.
Vice President Thomas?
Yes.
President Jones?
Yes.
5 ayes.
Great. Motion passes. Everybody's got their schools that they're, it's like a focus school, but then feel free to go anywhere. All right, so we are now to
12.2.
12.2, the increase in minimum wage. Let's see. And I believe, Tracy, is this you or?
Actually, these items can be taken together. You have the personnel report, and then you have the increase in wage, which we've given you what that looks like for our positions that would fall in those categories to be able to make sure they meet the new minimum wage standards. And so we're asking that you take this as a blanket vote for the two combined. So this is on the consent agenda for personnel.
All right, so anybody want to pull anything on the consent agenda?
Could I pull the personnel report?
Okay. So we can vote on the increase in the minimum wage, 12.2, and we can, personnel report has been pulled, so we'll do two separate votes.
Motion to approve, oh, sorry, talk too close into the mic. Motion to approve the increase in the minimum wage.
I second.
Second. So Block and Bill?
Okay. Student Board Member Lee, absent. Member Hill?
Yes.
Member Aguiano?
Yes.
Member Block?
Yes.
Vice President Thomas?
Yes.
President Jones?
Yes.
5 ayes.
Motion passes. All right, personnel report, Member Thomas?
Before,
I'm sorry.
Before Member Thomas gets, before you ask your question, can we just make one introduction to the board this evening? We do have a new member of our team sitting out in the audience who we'd like to introduce to you. And I'm going to turn this over to Jose Quintanas to make the introduction.
Well, I'm very excited about this introduction. It took a while to recruit this young man from a neighboring district, and we would love to welcome Travis DeFreitas as our new Maintenance, Operations, and Transportation Director.
Great, we're glad you're here.
So with that, we'd like Brandon to say a couple of words just to introduce yourself.
Yes, hello, my name is Travis DeFreitas, the new MOT Director. Just want to introduce myself to the board. I'm very happy to be here, very excited to work not only in this position, but in this great district. So went on day 6, and I am already feeling so welcome. All the sites, being here at the board, it's just been great. So thank you.
So yeah, no, I just want to say to the board here, he's done an excellent job just really looking at all the different processes and addressing some of the the work that's being done. So definitely just really fortunate to have this young man.
Great. Well, thank you. We're glad you're here.
Welcome.
Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
I'm not sure, has the board met Ms. Parker?
They did individually, but I'd be happy to give a great
Oh, you're
Who's that
here.
new person? Who's that?
You hung out with us.
You guys, Trudy came over as our HR manager, which I know she came around and met you guys last 2 board meetings ago. Doing a fantastic job. She's hit the ground running. It's been a blessing to have her, and I really appreciate your work and all the time we've spent together lately. But she's a significant role in understanding the alignment of our positions with our expenditures and what our district's vision is, as well as our superintendents. And she brings great knowledge, great expertise, and then she's also learning some of our HR pieces as we talk about. But a very fast learner, doing the necessary trainings, and blessed to have her. So Trudy, shout out to you, my friend. So.
Sorry, now I'll turn it back to the board. I just wanted to sneak that in there.
Yeah, no, that's great. Welcome. Both of you are so needed and so appreciated. I just wanted to say that, a while back, we had quite a few numbers instead of names. that we put on the PAL, and there's two numbers here. And I can understand when there's a non-reelect or someone that is leaving. I don't know. I mean, I'd like to ask a question. In what situations should we have numbers and not names?
So if you're doing a non-reelect, because we can't disclose the name of that employee. So if there's any employee matter or any not meeting the expectation or the end of a probationary period, that's when they would come down as a number. So it won't ever say on there that it's a non-reelect with a name because of legalities and exposure.
So, but is there any other situation where you would have numbers? And I just want to make sure that we're transparent.
There's very few, but on medical issues, there may be something to do just with HIPAA and our rights and requirements to follow those. Not all cases, but there are some that we do as well.
Okay, so with that, I would make a motion to approve the PAL.
Hold on, I have a comment about it. Yeah, so it's just a comment. So, ever since I joined the board, and this is now like a couple administrations ago, I've felt that oftentimes hiring is a very opaque process, and kind of my feeling on the topic is the board needs to walk a fine line in terms of the level of involvement that they have in hiring decisions. For the most part, really, they don't. It's an approval. But at the same time, we have an oversight role. And like right now at the school where I teach business, I'm actually teaching kids about all the different parts that go into a business, and we're talking about HR. And I give them this quote from famous CEO, and the CEO says, most organizations spend 2% of their time recruiting and 40% of their time fixing their recruiting mistakes. And in my opinion, the way that you avoid that is through, good processes and good transparency. And so I would really like to see, and again, this has been a history in our district, but I would like to see kind of greater transparency, at least to the board, around like key hires, like at the cabinet level or also key director level. To understand who are we recruiting for, what's the job profile, personal characteristics that we're looking for, how much experience they have, salary range, and then also kind of, understand who came in, who were the top three, what were their resumes, how do we make the decision. And again, obviously we don't do that for every single employee, but I think that for key hires, it's really, really important. And so, I'd like for us to maybe have further discussions about how we could do something like that.
That being said, technically the board has one employee, that being the superintendent, and then we trust the superintendent and the staff to take on the rest of that responsibility. So I don't necessarily know if I feel it's our role to step into that extent. I'd rather we spend time discussing iReady scores and focusing on student achievement rather than asking for more information about their processes. We pick great people to lead the executive team, and then I think from there we have to trust that they're going to do a good job of hiring good quality people to staff our schools.
One of the reasons why I kind of feel that way, and because what you're describing is kind of what CSBA says, but I'll tell you that doesn't happen in corporate America. So the board is very involved in key hires, and my viewpoint is that a board is a board and a management team is a management team, and that more eyes are better than fewer eyes. But also the thing that's important to understand that's unique in our situation is that the average tenure of a superintendent in California is 2 years. So we're putting faith in an employee that may be here only 2 years, and yet sometimes they're making decisions that could last a decade. And so I think that we want to have, I think we want to have good oversight, and I don't see the harm in having that, that input. At the end of the day, ultimately, the CEO has to make, or in our cases, the superintendent needs to, provide a recommendation, and they're the ones that are going to have to work and manage with that person. But I think it's always good to have input to make sure that, you're looking at all the angles. So that's kind of my feeling.
I've been on the board for quite a few years, and one of the practices that has fallen by the wayside is that when a new hire has gone through the process and the superintendent's recommending that hire, that we have a discussion in closed session from the superintendent about the person, what all the characteristics and background and qualifications are, and usually that person is at the meeting where we're set to ratify the hire, and the hire then comes into closed session, and we can meet the hire and hear more about he or she, him or her, right, him or her. Anyway, so I really enjoyed that when it was done in the past, and it gave us an introduction to the employee before the employee started work. And then, of course, we ratified and voted on the PAL for the employee, you know, and I don't think there was ever a case where we said no to the superintendent. We could have said no, but there's never a case when we did. It was just a nice thing to involve the board in understanding who was being hired and why.
Yep. May I have a motion?
I move that we approve the PAL.
I'll second.
All right. You got that okay?
Member Hill?
Yes.
Member Aguiano?
Yes.
Member Block?
Yes.
Vice President Thomas?
Yes.
President Jones?
Yes.
5 ayes.
Motion carries. All right, we are now down to the consent agenda, non-personnel items.
Before we move on, I just would like to get some clarification where that discussion just got left, because it's not really clear in my mind whether or not I'm bringing information back to the board on my hires. I don't know if this is a discussion that we're going to have a little further on down the road and what that would look like. It's something I would really like to be able to weigh in and really think about, because I will tell you, I do believe it is my job to hire the staff. And I do feel pretty strongly about that. I don't have a problem with sharing information about our finalists, especially for the key positions of the cabinet. But I will tell you, it is my responsibility, and you do hold me accountable on that particular piece. So
And I hope I wasn't implying that it's just a nice practice by the superintendent to introduce us to an employee.
I have no problems with that whatsoever. I just want to make sure that there's not going to be second guessing, I guess, and I guess I would want some more clarity on that. I heard what you said, and I heard what Member Hill said. I feel like there were two different conversations. So I heard both conversations. I'd like to come back and revisit that and have a deeper conversation about this.
Okay.
But I don't know that I had clarity on what Member Hill said and what you said. I thought they were two different ideas.
And what I'm suggesting is that this might be a good topic for a study session, right, where we kind of bat some ideas around.
Yeah.
But kind of in my discussions in the past with CSBA, one of the things that they've said is that, it's perfectly fine for the board to lay out and to understand, okay, what's the process that we're going to go through, right? And so what are the steps? If we're going to have a hiring panel, what are the positions that are going to be represented on the hiring panel? What are the criteria that are used, right? And so just as, we might ask, well, how are we going to work on iReady scores, rather than just say it's like a black box. But, but hiring is a process as well. And so, having greater transparency around that.
I think understanding the steps is important, for us to know, like, we're going to look at, A, B, C, and D. But if we did that for every single job, we would have a book of who's going to be on what interview panel for what position, and that just seems.
I didn't hear interviewing.
I'm not advocating for that. I'm not advocating.
You said another layer.
And I think we're only talking about the executive
I would just
team.
like to be able to come back and have, I want to be able to think about it. I want to be able to kind of outline, think what I've heard, And I'd like to just be able to come back and have a different conversation about it. I'm not saying no, I just want
Yeah.
to make sure it's clear in my mind,
Right.
the various roles.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, and I don't think that this is urgent, right? But, but again, I think it will be a good discussion.
Can I ask a question? I mean, being a superintendent, working with several boards, never had a board ask to be a part of interview panels, because you actually keep.
I wasn't saying.
I'm just saying, like, or interview panels or process you guys gotta know, right? I mean, this district has had some hardship before about appropriate process, but I know this, like any CSBA, because I presented these, your job is to keep her accountable on who she hires.
Yeah.
That's the board's job. I mean, in my eyes, and I get what you're saying, process is great, but, I mean, there's 132 hires this year, 133, so they're moving and shaking all the time. But I think what I heard you say too, like executive level positions with more information and processing on those, because you guys have sat in on the interviews, I know for the CBO, correct? And I didn't really interview because I'm just a lonely sub over here trying to help out the district, right? But I mean, if there was protocols like that, I totally get, but would that not be in your expectations for your superintendent?
I'm sorry, you were on second level
Yeah.
for that.
I'm just teasing.
I just want to clarify that.
Not with the board,
No.
yeah.
But you
But
were
I
on
mean,
second
wouldn't
level.
it be like an expectation where it was set up, like as an expectation for your superintendent on what you're looking for in the interview process or hiring process?
Again, I think I'd like to be able to come back and kind of outline this and be able to come back and chat with the board about it.
For sure.
Okay.
By the way, I would just tell you as a board member, there was a time that the board also put some conditions down on the board that I was on because we had such great turnover. So I understand what you're saying, and actually the board did weigh in on having at least an introduction and some other elements that came along with it and some input as to what the superintendent was looking for on some key positions. So I get it.
Okay, thank you. Are we ready to move on?
Yes.
Okay. I know that I have some comment cards on some four different line items in 13. So, Ms. Parks, you have 13.6, 13.10, 13.12, 13.14. Would you like to just speak on all of them at the same time? Or do you want to do them? Well, we can pull these and then vote on the rest of them. So, shall I do that?
Well, I'm not sure that, I think we should have our speaker speak, and then if one of us wants to pull, one of us can do that.
Okay. All right. Good night, Travis.
Okay, so on 13.6, it's the warrant report. And I pulled this because on page 7, there was a check issued to the Chinese Journal for $2,080. And the comment is that it's for Measure O and candidate statement translation. And my understanding is that once you voted to move forward with Measure O, everything then stopped, the buck stopped from coming from your pot of money. So that's why I was just bringing it to your attention. I wasn't sure that that was an allowable expense since it was Measure O.
So,
Page 15 of 26.
So this was the cost of the district putting it on to the register our voters slate, and the district did write that initial check to be able to actually host the election. And so there is a key piece that the district does pay for within that election process, including the translation of services for the initial piece that needs to be done.
Well, I just was throwing it out there. I saw it here and didn't know.
That's a fair question. I question the whole entire translation service versus why it wasn't like one entire package. And when the registrar gave us their fee for translation services, why did I get these little one-off things? And learned that this was a standard practice here in this county to actually separate them out. But it is different than the Measure O campaign for pros and cons.
Yeah, I just wasn't sure if it wasn't allowable. And then on page 8, it shows the interim director of MOT. I saw that there was a PO for $12,400. There's a check already being issued for $1,767 to David Fink. He's not been on your PAL. It's my understanding he's a contract employee, which means he would have been in the last quarter or the second quarter of this fiscal year, but the quarterly contract reports were not brought forward this evening, which would have been October, November, December for the board to ratify all of those contracts, and that was not included here. Yet you already have money coming through on page 8. Anyhow, that's my point, is that you have somebody whose contract, you've already worked them through the system, and the board hasn't even ratified that they are a contract employee. That contract, it should have been here. Usually the second quarter, it comes in January. That's it for that item. That was 13.6 warrants.
Yeah, and contract reports I know are coming back on the next agenda.
Okay, then on 13.10, it's the minutes for the December 2nd, and your board bylaw 9324 says that the minutes shall reflect the names of those individuals who comment during meetings' public comment period, as well as the topics they address. On the minutes for December 2nd, under public comment, you had you had 2 speakers. I had to go look back and look at the meeting. You had Lupe Lopez that spoke twice. Once she spoke for Abenzondo, and that was not delineated, so it looks like there was a typo here. And so she's on there twice, and then Ray Rodriguez, and none of the 3 have the topics of discussion that the topics that they addressed. Moving on to the December 17th minutes. The same issue is on there for the December 7th, that under public comment, you had 4 speakers: Mayor Hannon, Sherry Villa, Brian Foster, and Leslie Hung. There's no summary or topic of comments. And then further down under the organization of the Board of Education, the way that it's captured in the minutes, it says the recommendation, and I'm going to deal with the president first, is that the Board of Education approves the nomination for the new board president. It does not stipulate that the nomination is for Catherine Jones as president. It doesn't say that at all. Every single one of these organizational, when you're making your motion, right, you say, I'm nominating Cat Jones to be the president. That's not the way it's stated in the minutes. It shows that the recommendation is Board of Education approves the nomination for the new board president. Like I said, it doesn't say her name. Then it records the vote. And then at the bottom, which ends up for me on a different page, says Catherine Jones, as president. And every single one of these, it doesn't capture the names of the individual in the motion. It's the names of the individual are recorded after the vote. Am I making myself clear?
Yes, may I ask a clarifying question? Or can I not do that because it's?
Well, I'm just reporting to you that when you make a motion, do you not stipulate what you're voting for? That you're voting to nominate whoever, whatever. I mean, that would be the normal process.
Yeah, motions made by Aiden Hill, seconded by for blah blah blah, seconded then by.
Yeah, then it's not recorded that way. You have here's the motion, here's who voted for it, and oh, by the way, here's his name at the bottom.
So just for my clarification, so if I'm looking at 5.1 election of officers president, where it says the recommendation is the Board of Education approves the nomination for the new board president, comma, Catherine Jones?
Yeah.
Is that how it would go?
Yeah,
okay, so that's where the name would go. That's what I was trying to figure out.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Before the actual vote is captured.
Yeah. Got it.
Because honestly, I wasn't sure what I was looking at here. I'm like, wait a minute, where's the name of the person? And then I was like, oh, wait a minute, here, now I see how
it's at the bottom instead of the top,
yes,
basically.
It goes through all the 5.
Got it.
Okay, so then moving on to 13.14, the calendar. I appreciate the calendar coming out now. There's already people on social media asking when the first day of school is. People are trying to plan vacations and such. I'm sure staff is also. What I would ask is that once you determine whether you're going to go with A or B, that I would implore you to request admin to start working on the following year's calendar. Because some people have to book vacations a year in advance. And this impacts your ADA when kids end up not coming the first day of school because they're still on vacation. So I really think that when you do your 3-year CBA, that's great, because then usually your calendar goes with it. But I always think that you should be a full year ahead so people can know what they're doing. I mean, you're doing a European vacation or something, you need to book things ahead of time. And I think it behooves you to have this information available to the public. So that was my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, disagree with that last one.
With regards to the calendar on 13.14, if you're going to take this as an entire block vote, I do think that we have the recommendation, I believe, is A.
Yeah.
Am I correct on that?
Yes, so what happens in the collective bargaining agreement, there's actually has to have a designated committee with our certificated staff. It doesn't define how that committee works, so I'm very transparent with this. So I met with the union president, the union assistant, or the vice president, Tracy, myself, and CSEA, and also our NUMA president. So they brought it back to the vote to the site reps, and she let me know tonight at about 6:40 that they are in favor and support of calendar A, which is very similar to what our calendar is this year.
Yeah, pretty much.
And then ultimately, we also agree that there's no doubt about it. It's been a really hectic timing on this. We're in a full reopener for 3 years on our contracts. We agree that if we can get this banged out for 2 or 3 years, it would be fantastic for all of us as well, because it takes a lot of time and commitment. After we do the instructional calendar, we still have 4 additional calendars we have to do for all of our classified next, right? So this gets done, it sets our baseline, and then we have our 10-month calendar, 11-month, 10.5, and 12-month calendar that has to be done next if this is approved this evening. So we are recommending that we follow along with our proposal as well as an agreement with NTA that they recommended and approved calendar A, which is very similar to this year. So hopefully that clarifies.
Okay, so that means we have to pull 13.14.
Yep.
Okay.
Just that we were advised not to add verbatim at CSBA, just for the meeting minutes.
So verbatim for the discussion is true.
Yes.
However, for the actual motion itself, you need to have the
Correct.
actual motion captured. And
Correct.
so again, if Member Hill is motioning to approve,
Right.
Staff to do something.
Just
then-
for the public comments piece.
Public comment, I think, isn't it just the name and then, like, the topic of what they
It has to
spoke
be a
about?
topic.
You've got to have the topic, you don't do it verbatim, it's
Correct.
just the topic.
Yes.
So if they spoke about the budget, you
Yes,
put the,
just the name and the topic. I
Yeah.
can't add verbatim.
yeah. But that would go for non-agenda as well as agenda.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, and I think what we were missing is just the topic on the non-agenda, we didn't have a topic, we just had the person. Okay. All right, so before we look at going with this consent agenda, I'd like to pull 13.14, so that we're tabling that for a moment and voting on, so I'm looking for a motion for 13.2 through 13.13.
I move to approve 13.2 through 13.13.
Do I have a second? Oh. Okay.
Rewind.
Rewind. All right, so we are looking to approve 13.2, sorry, Toya,
It was just
through
the organizational meeting, but it's okay.
13.9 and 13.13 and 13.14. or 1311 and 1313.
I'll make a motion to approve 13.2 through 13.9, along with 13.11 and 13.13.
I'll second.
All right, so Block made the motion, and you got the 13.2 through 9.11 and .13?
Yes.
Okay. And when you're ready, a vote.
Member Hill?
Yes.
Member Agiano?
Yes.
Member Block?
Yes.
Vice President Thomas?
Yes.
President Jones?
Yes.
5 ayes. Student Board Member Lee absent.
Can I just repeat back what that motion was? The motion was by Aiden Hill to approve, I'm sorry, from Austin Block, to approve item number 13.2 through 13.9, 13.11, and 13.13.
Correct.
Pulling items 13.10 and 13.12.
For revision.
Well, they'll have to come back.
Right.
Right, so you're pulling those items for to come back, okay.
And 13.14.
Well, 13.14,
No,
we can vote on now for draft A.
Yeah, we needed to have a little discussion about that before we could vote on it. So that's why it got pulled. It's only pulled.
Well, all of them are there to.
So for motion 13.14, we would make a motion to approve draft school calendar A for the 25-26 school year. Is that
correct.
Okay, I'll make that motion then.
Okay, wait, hang on.
Sure.
Let me just finish up the last one though. So Austin, you made the motion, who made the second?
I did.
Thomas.
Thank you.
Okay, so the only thing that I see that's different on A from what we've had in the past is that, and I'm just pointing this out, is there are 2 additional minimum days for elementary for PD.
Correct.
One in September and one in February. And those are both Wednesdays. That will be minimum days that have not been in previous calendars.
And this is a great motion that the teachers agreed as well as Ed Services, because we're really aligning our professional development. So we have meetings on a monthly basis now that we're going to get that extra time to align what our implementation of our programs are and provide more support with professional development, which is exciting.
So other than that, the schedule, the calendars is basically what it's been in the past.
Correct.
With the addition of those 2 minimum days. All right, so may I have anybody else, any other comments on calendar? Okay, may I have a motion to approve 13.14?
I'll make a motion to approve 13.14, in particular draft school calendar A.
I second.
All right, so block motions, Hill seconds, and a vote when you're ready.
Student Board Member Lee absent. Member Hill?
Yes.
Member Agiano?
Yes.
Member Block?
Yes.
Vice President Thomas?
Yes.
President Jones?
Yes.
5 ayes.
Calendar A. Okay, moving to student expulsion, 14.1. For this, we are just taking a vote to accept the expulsion panel's recommendation.
I move that we accept the expulsion panel's recommendation for item 14.1, student expulsion, case number E2425-04.
I second.
Okay. Thomas and then Hill, and a vote, please.
Member Hill?
Yes.
Member Agiano?
Yes.
Member Block?
Yes.
Vice President Thomas?
Yes.
President Jones?
Yes.
5 ayes.
Thank you. Motion passes. 15, we are down to Board of Education Committee reports, announcements, requests, debrief and discussion. Keep it short. Member Hill.
I wrote a big long
Since I
speech
know
tonight.
I know we all want to get out of here, so I'll make it quick. So number one, Happy New Year, everybody, and thank you to staff and everybody for, getting things kicked off for the new year, right? And I know there's a lot of work and a lot of complexity, and so thank you for that. I do have one request, and that request is I would like for us to revisit the email situation, because I do think that it is important for people to have easy access to us as elected officials. So if we can maybe bring that back and talk about that in a future meeting, that'd be great. Thank you.
Member Alvarado, do you have any comments, reports?
Not as of today. Thank you.
Member Black?
Just a quick comment. Just wanted to thank everyone who came out to the meeting today. We really appreciate everyone's civic engagement, and know that we're listening, that we hear you, that we do not take cuts lightly, and that we're really going to be thinking very seriously before any decisions are made. I want to echo what Member Hill said about wanting to be open to feedback and conversation with the community. You can email me anytime, austinb@newarkunified.org, and I'm always happy to listen and have a conversation. One thing that I think we can all do constructively going forward is do what we can to encourage enrollment and attendance to try to reverse this trend of declining enrollment that's causing the budgetary situations that we are experiencing. So as much as possible, if we can spread the good word about Newark Unified, encourage students to be at school every day, that brings in much needed revenue, which can then allow us to avoid painful cuts in the future. So just want to appreciate everyone, really value everyone on our Newark Unified staff, and wishing everyone a great start to the second semester.
My email is nancyt@newarkunified.org for anyone, and I agree with your mention of that. I'd like to thank our two assistant superintendents that I met with today, Mr. Quintano and Mr. Williams. We had a great discussion about anomalies or errors in our stipends. These are either overpayments or underpayments, and I think we agreed that's got to be a number one priority when there may be an error in payroll, and it has to be corrected right away. So there's just a few that specifically that we're going to look at. So thank you.
And I would just like to say that I appreciate people putting up with my little blips here and there in tonight's meeting. And I really appreciated the audience and people coming out, staff coming out and sharing their concerns and voicing their opinions about things. It's always really valuable to hear from staff, and in that just the number of people that were willing to stand up tonight and speak. And it is true, there were new faces in the room that I have not seen, and I commend those that came out, because I know it's not always easy to get up and speak in front of a big group, and it was a big group tonight. So thank you for your time, your effort, all the work that you do. We do value you. We listen. We definitely are listening to your concerns and trying to mesh the concerns with the budget restraints that we have, and we will do our best to make the best decisions that we can. That is our commitment to all of you. So looking forward to a new year and second semester and working together. So thank you very much. Superintendent?
Yep. Just a few closing comments. With regards to email, we're actually working with Final Site in order to be able to come up with some solutions. Part of what we were trying to do is do some protections around cybersecurity. During the month of December, we had quite a few activity things that people were pulling from our website and were creating some interesting anomalies here internally that were wreaking havoc in our system. And so what we were looking for is for a solution to be able to kind of allow someone to actually click on your name. It would be able to send you an email. That was the initial thing that we were trying to do. As a result, that didn't quite work out. We were trying to figure out some quick time solutions, like over the holidays, to be able to make something happen. Wasn't a successful route, but we are still continuing to work with Final Site to come up with a solution to be able to, not only for your accounts, but also for all of ours as well. So the same issue applies to all of us when it comes down to it. So no one's trying to withhold your emails from the community. I want to make that really clear. That was never the intention. There was some thought around maybe trying to have a way to be able to funnel suggestions or comments so that there was a one voice conversation. That was a piece that the board had talked about before in the past, and that the president was the one that spoke on those things, but it wasn't meant to be able to keep other communications away from all of you. So I apologize if that's what has occurred, or that was the public feeling on it. That was never the intention. It was more from a protection standpoint. I also want to share with the community, with the board, that we are moving to a centralized open enrollment system. We're excited about that. We're hoping that that will actually help our families and community be able to have access to a common voice and to make sure they understand why it's important to fill out certain documents, to help reassure them that those documents are secured, that they belong here at, with us here at NUSD and with the appropriate entities that need to have access to those documents, right, for us to be able to ensure that we're able to get all the services that we would have for our students, be able to continue offering the great meals that we have here, some of the family support services that come from our families notifying us about their incomes and some other things. And so being able to explain, take some time and work with our families to share that information, we think is going to be important. Our team has been working hard on identifying what that looks like, and that centralized enrollment will be starting here on February 12th. So we're super excited about that, to make that happen here. And like I said, a lot of great work's going behind the scenes to help welcome our families in. They were welcome at our school sites. We also know that our school sites are very busy. There's a lot of things going on when a family pops in. We just want to make sure that we don't miss anything and that we catch all the documentation that needs to happen. The sites will still have a very common piece of the work that they've been doing. They'll still be registering the students into their site once that student's been placed there, that family's been placed there at that school site. So our employees will still have an active role that happens at the school sites as well with families and interaction with the families. Again, this is something new. I'm sure we'll have some hiccups and some bumps that we'll have to keep ironing out, but we are excited about being able to bring in a centralized registration process and hoping that helps with getting your numbers up. With that, I'd just like to thank our staff for all the work. And I mean, it has been a huge staff effort. I really want to reach out and just thank Trudy and Nancy for their great work that they did in helping us as a team be able to help look at data, look at information. There's a lot of other people behind the scenes that were also helping us with, pulling together this information, numbers, including our directors. There's support staff that goes along with this. Some great volunteers that we've had here in our community, and I just really want to thank everybody that was involved with this process. So we've been working on for a couple months now, but it really took a huge effort here. I think after we came back here, right once we knew where the first interim was, we would really have to roll up our sleeves and really take a look at what can we present. We wanted to be as transparent as possible to the community. And to all of you, like you've been asking us for more transparency, we want to be able to provide that. So I'm hoping that document was helpful. I heard some of the feedback that came out of it about the concerns that were out there. I'm listening to that. We'll see how we can help navigate that and help the conversation and help have a better understanding about some of the things that I'm still somewhat confused on as to how there's some perception around us having a surplus of cash. I really just need to really wrap my head around that, because I don't believe that exists. We know that FICMAT's been here numerous times. We've received plenty of county warning letters. Multiple superintendents have been warned. I knew what I was walking into when I walked into it here last December. I'm really happy that this December things look so much better, and that we are moving in the right direction. But that's been a lot of hard work by a lot of people to make that happen. And so I just want to thank everybody for the opportunity to be able to serve, the opportunity to be able to communicate with our community, with all of you. These are going to be difficult decisions coming up. They're not easy to make. And I can tell you right now, you're going to be back here again next year making very similar decisions. You'll be doing that every time that you have a decline in enrollment, and while we're on that rolling average of our enrollment and how that works, and that decreases because that number will keep changing. You'll be back here every year having to make those adjustments. And so something to think about. One of the things that I am studying and I have shared this with our principals and some other staff members, is I am looking at like districts that are in the 4,000 range of the student enrollment, and what is the configuration of those districts, what does that look like, and really taking a look at those models. That's some information I look forward to bringing back to you, and maybe even looking at contracting with school services to really look at what this would look like in a couple of years from now. Like, where should we be sizing towards if we continue with the trends that we are with losing our students? And what would that look like? That might help us to be able to create some policies in advance so that when we have like trigger points, like school site hits a certain percentage of kids or a certain enrollment of kids, maybe we look at having to go off and actually close down that school or combine schools. But if we can make those decisions further in advance and communicate that with our families, that these are trigger points that lead us to a bigger discussion, that would really be helpful for everybody. Same with some of our staffing ratios. Those are some things that we might want to be looking at, what triggers a certain staffing ratio for a reduction, based on where we're at. So we really don't have those things in place. We are using what we're doing as far as how services work, what we have to do for reductions, but it would be nice if we really kind of had a guide that would kind of help us a little bit for when that does happen. It's not perfect, but it would be nice to have something to actually be able to refer back to. Is kind of that guiding template to really help in these decision-making things, so it doesn't feel so overwhelming year after year. And people also know, oh, we're here now. This is what we should expect and anticipate. So with that, I just want to say goodnight and thanks, staff, for all your hard work. Toya, thank you very much for all your work, and thanks for staying so late. It's almost midnight.
It is. All right, I adjourn the meeting at, I can't look that clock. 11:50.